when they're going to get super skittish.
When we're running, you kind of slow down and maybe make sure it's safe because you're assuming there's bears around and you seem to be more aware.
Where moose are concerned, definitely never get within the proximity of a calf and its mother. That's a very dangerous situation for you and for any visitors to our trail.
So I'm walking down the sidewalk and here comes what at first looked like a big black dog, but I could tell by its gait that it was actually a bear, and I just froze.
So we'll ask you, if you happen to see a bear, really think about its behavior, more about its behavior than whether it's a black bear or a brown bear. Watch what that bear is doing. If it is defending or standing its ground, if it's standing up, it's actually trying to find more information. If it's charging or bluff charging, that means that bear is becoming more aggressive.
A bear seen once is probably not a problem. A bear seen 3 times in the same location is something we all want to watch out for, and that's well worth reporting.
Charged bear spray has a little bit different top to it. It should be ready to go and on your person, not in your backpack.
And I just always keep my eyes out, look for movement out in the distance and around me, especially in heavy wooded areas. You want to, make sure you're listening for noises and looking for bear scat. If there's bear scat, whether it's fresh or if it's been there for a while, will kind of tell you how long the bear's been there.
Make sure you do not wear headphones or ear pods so that you are always aware and alert of all the activity around you and your pets.
Playing the music in your ears. You want to hear if there's an animal in the woods or something else coming up behind you, somebody ringing a bell on a bike.
Don't listen to music. I kind of listen to my surroundings, whether it's on a paved trail or out in the woods, because you want to know,
Another summer coming down. I remember dirt in nights, seeds of our plans, not going away.
Check. Check.
Who just called in? Was it Mr. Presvidia on the phone?
Hey, Chris, Randy's here.
Ah, perfect. Thanks, Mr. Salt. So just for the public's information, we're going to get started a few minutes late. Randy, we'll be just a few minutes late.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Presvidia, are you on the phone? Okay, that's all right. I'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Good evening, everybody. Today is February 11, 2025. This is our regular meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
It is my understanding that Member Myers is excused.
He's excused.
Member Martinez.
Present.
Member Littlefield.
Here.
Member Rivera.
Present.
Member Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zolotel. Present. Member Bronga. Here. Member Voland.
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley. Here. Member Solt.
Here?
Member Presvidia.
He notified me he'll be here just a few minutes late.
Youth Representative Bell. Here. Youth Representative Bookman.
Here.
Youth Representative Grady. Here. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, I would like to have everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Bronga will lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Salato, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. I would note Mr. Presverdia has joined us on the phone. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Tonight, we have Item 4A, regular meeting, December 17, 2024. Item 4B, special meeting, December 19, 2024. Item 4C, regular meeting, January 7, 2025 on the addendum, and regular meeting, item 4D, regular meeting, January 21, 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask unanimous consent for the adoption of the minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, the minutes have been adopted. Next, we will pivot to the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be here tonight with all of you to do the work of the municipality. In the past week, I attended a couple of great community events, including Skater Tots last Wednesday at Town Square Park. Thanks to Parks and Rec for bringing such fun, family-friendly energy to downtown. As we look forward to some changes that could make the park safer and more inviting, these kinds of events get me excited about the positive potential of the space. The Mayor's Community Grants Program opened today. This is an annual tradition that I'm looking forward to continuing with a new twist this year. Local charities and nonprofits are invited to submit ideas that engage with our highest priority policy areas, including public safety, housing, energy, and more. Proposals can be submitted until March 10, 2025. The Mayor's Arts Grants will be open for applications during a second window later this year. And there is more information available at muni.org, and you can email mayorscommunitygrants@anchorageak.gov. A piece of our 10,000 homes in 10 years plan is coming to fruition as our Site Access Working Group has submitted a package of proposed reforms to Title 21 to Planning and Zoning for review. There will be a public hearing on March 3 for those who are interested in more details about how we can remove barriers to develop housing here in Anchorage. And I want to thank everybody, including Assembly members who have been involved in that collaborative effort. The ADN reported this week that the number of non-resident folks working in Alaska is at an all-time high, over 20%. More housing is a really important tool to help with challenges like out-migration. We will also be co-hosting with the Assembly a 2-day community summit in late March around our efforts to reduce homelessness in Anchorage. As we work every day toward the goal of seeing fewer people sleeping outside in our community, we know it will take a team to get there. I'm sure you've all seen the tough news of the plane crash out in western Alaska this week. I'm keeping those communities in my thoughts, as well as the families in Anchorage, Eagle River, and Wasilla who lost loved ones. We all rely on air travel to make life work here in Alaska, which makes this kind of tragedy extra tough on people. We may be the largest state, but we're a pretty small community, and we all feel these ripple effects. I also want to let Assembly members and community members know that we are continuing to monitor the changes and executive orders coming out of Washington, D.C. There are a lot of moving parts, and the exact impacts will take a while to become clear. In the meantime, we continue to focus on our local community and local priorities. We are the municipal government for all, for everyone. I am grateful to live here in Alaska, where you can live according to your own values and pursue your own interests while still being part of a strong and caring community. It's an aspect of life here that I think we all really value, and I am focused on and committed to doing what's best for our community and all our residents. At the municipality, we remain focused on taking care of business, from responding to fires to creating more housing and doing our job so all residents can do theirs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, the Chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular business meeting. As you might have heard a few weeks ago, a group of us went down to Juneau with an opportunity to advocate for the municipality's legislative program. I happened to go with members Brawley, member Johnson, and Mayor and her team. It was quite a fun and interesting endeavor. Our meetings with legislators went well, and there's a lot of shared interest in the municipality's priorities, including adequate funding for snow removal on state roads, securing our energy future, stabilizing funding for schools, and restoring defined benefit pensions for public employees. I understand there were some live hearings on that today. We also had great conversations about building more housing, improving state elections, improving the state's mental health care system, and addressing the threat of wildfires in our communities. I'm looking forward to working with the Anchorage delegation to the legislature over the coming session. Next, as we grapple with chaos and division across the land, more or less from time to time, I'm heartened by the findings of a recent study. An organization called More in Common recently released survey findings that indicate Americans want to foster a climate of understanding, and here's what stood out. Most Americans want to connect with their neighbors, even if they support different political values. Most, 61%, say they want their perspectives to be understood by those different than them. And 3 in 4 Americans, 75%, are open to listening to those with different political views than they have. I think that most people can agree that this finding reflects what our town, Anchorage, is like. While there might be national and state narratives that we're divided, when I look in our own community and our municipal government, I see people putting political differences aside to work for the common good. The big issues we're grappling with, like housing scarcity, energy security, affordable delivery of goods through the port, are not partisan issues, they're community issues, and I'm proud to see our community coming together to develop creative solutions to our shared problems. With that, I'll just move on to suggest that tonight we have a very exciting first part of our meeting in the 10 A's. We're going to kind of ask the members to allow us to change the order of the day so we can take up a resolution, the first by our youth members, to ask the school district to provide a voter registration opportunity, and we're going to actually register 2 of Anchorage's newest voters right here in the room. We're going to celebrate and commemorate members of our community who have lost family members recently or some time ago, and discuss youth violence and how to prevent it. We're going to have a celebration of Pastor Green, and we're also going to do a resolution celebrating Black History Month, and we're going to end with a little dance and some music. I'm very excited about what we have to bring forward about the kind of exciting and very diverse community that we live in here in Anchorage. With that, I'll say that this is a full agenda. I'll do my best to move us along that we may conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers by refraining from personal attacks or speaking out of turn or shouting or clapping and pacing. If you have a sign, we ask you to keep it 8.5 by 11 inches or smaller. And please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please don't approach the dais, but if you have something to share with the clerk, please hand it to the clerk for distribution to the members. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I rule on the point of order. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. I will note that sometimes clapping is actually appropriate when we have resolutions honoring individuals in our community. With that, then, I would move us to the next part of our agenda, which is our committee and liaison reports, and I will start with Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee met on February 6th, and one of the agenda items was a memo that I introduced around nightlife, creative, and extreme tourism economy. And I look forward to continuing that work, working with the hospitality industry and others as we talk about what Destination Anchorage could be and should be in terms of economic development and public safety. Additionally, Chair, the next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be on Thursday, March 6th, 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. And Chair, I just also want to note and report similarly in terms of the mayor's comments with respect to monitoring what's going on in D.C. Chair, as you know, I'll be attending on behalf of my committee and the Assembly, the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference at the end of this month in Washington, D.C., and will be, they are tracking closely weekly with updates on what's happening with respect to any of the federal changes and how they impact counties at the local level. So that's work that I will be tracking for us as well. I have nothing further to report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. The AMAT's Technical Advisory Committee met on February 6th and had 3 action items that will be moved forward to the Policy Committee. The first, the AMAT's TAC requested approval to forward a letter to the Governor designating the municipality of Anchorage as the FTA designated recipient for FTA funds within the Anchorage area and recommends approval by the Policy Committee. Basically, this assigns a designated representative to ensure efficient accountability and management of the federal funds. Second, a review and the suggested changes to the Seward to Glen PEL. 3 staff comments were that there needed to be additional public feedback on the Seward Glen PEL and moving forward for more clarity provided for everyone, and alternatives should be the same of equal consideration of viability. The public comment for this has continued to be open until the end of this month for anyone wishing to comment on the Seward to Glen PEL. Third, the AMAT staff requested the Technical Advisory Committee to review concerns raised about the AMAT staff responds to a political environment appearance request. They're moving forward with a draft to develop the policy and procedure for the above issue. The AMAT's MTP 2050 Amendment Number 1 and the 2023 through 2026 TIP Amendment Number 3 is up for 45-day public review, and they can be found and commented at muni.org/departments/OCPD/planning/AMATS. And finally, the AMAT's Policy Committee meets February 20th from 1 to 3 p.m. on the 8th floor of the conference room. That's either in person or you can call into that one. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we get closer to the planned April issuance of the 2023 ACFR, also known as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, I'll plan on giving more regular updates on all the various audits during my committee reports. To give a little broader background and more substantive update for this first one, there are 3 types of audits: the ACFR, which is the broad MOA-wide general government audit; the single audits, which is audits are state and federal monies; and then what I call the component audits, which are the non-general government components of the MOA, so the port, AWU, the PAC, etc. Starting backwards, most of the component audits should be done by the end of this month. There are some flags with AWU, SWS, and the port as it relates to grants and tie-outs, but the team is working through those issues. The single audits are scheduled to be completed in June, mainly to give space to prioritize and complete the ACFR. No big issues to flag on that one. And then the ACFR itself, there is still a goal to get that done by April, which would be way ahead of the schedule compared to the 2022 ACFR issuance date. The big issue I'll be paying attention to for this one is the draft of the ACFR, which is done by the Controller's Office. Right now that draft is still being worked on. BDO, our third-party contractor, has made it pretty clear that they need that draft in hand by early to mid-March to do the back-and-forth work necessary to get a final ACFR ready to issue by April. So I should be able to share by the second regular Assembly meeting in March if we're still on track for April or not. Next week, the Alaska Municipal League will have its winter legislative conference in Juneau. Members Brawley and I, and along with a member of the mayor's office, are going to be in attendance. I look forward to engaging with community leaders from all around the state and following up with legislators on the recent legislative visit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee will be on February 20th, 11 a.m. at City Hall Room 155. Topics include a presentation from Solid Waste Services on secure trash zones. We'll also hear from Merrill Field on their upcoming work this summer, rehabilitating one of their runways. And then finally, for the Port of Alaska Modernization Project, 2 updates, one relating to the North Extension Stabilization 1 project, a change order there. And then second, on the Port Advisory Board and a recommendation regarding soil stabilization between cargo terminals. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee meeting that would be held in February for the Assembly is canceled. You get a little bit of time back, but come ready to work in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mayor LaFrance, Homeless Special Assistant Farina Brown, and the HOPE team, especially Lieutenant Fuchs, for their steps toward neighborhood safety through camp abatements. Camp abatements are sometimes unpopular, they're complicated, messy, take a lot of coordination. District 5 is grateful that 3 of our most pervasive safety concerns were dealt with this week. In one case, the camper is sheltered tonight, and with the help of the Coalition to End Homelessness, they are moving toward housing. If this individual had been left alone, this positive outcome would not have happened. Sometimes individuals need a nudge to make a change. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Voland.
No report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Just a couple reports. First, thank you for the report from Ms. Alatel on Budget and Finance. Second, the Legislative Committee met on Wednesday, January 22nd. At that time, we reviewed the bills that had been introduced by pre-file by the legislature related to possible impacts to the municipality, and we also discussed the visit to Juneau at that time. So just as a note, we will not be tracking all bills and all committee activities because we have a lot of other things to do, but we will be monitoring items that are related to our legislative priorities, and also the committee is meant to be a forum during legislative session for discussing items of interest to members. So you'll see this week we have a couple of those items on our agenda. And to that point, our next meeting is this Thursday, February 13th, 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. in City Hall, room 155. And then lastly, I'll just note from National League of Cities, just a brief update. I sought out and was appointed to be a member of one of their federal advocacy committees. It is the Committee on Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources, EENR. This committee deals with multiple topics of interest to our city, from energy in the name, but also water and sewer infrastructure. So that committee is really going to be a great, I think, resource for information, and I will be sharing back and connecting with relevant departments and others as I learn more. So that's my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Salt.
No report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of updates tonight. The Public Health and Safety Committee met on February 5th. There was a number of items, but I want to highlight a few. We reviewed the outside investigator recommendations from the officer-involved shooting related to Easter Lifa, and those recommendations were discussed in the meeting. Also, we discussed the request for a proposal that's going out for an independent review of APD's policies and training, so we discussed that as well. Also, the Anchorage Fire Department spoke about the Wildlife Fire Office funding as well as the SAFER Act grant replacement. There was an update from the Anchorage Health Department on Anchorage child care licensing and potential changes that may be made to get it in line with the state. And the next meeting of the Public Health and Safety Committee is going to be, well, I don't have the date in front of me. I'll get that to you later. The next update is the update on the Housing and Homeless Committee. For the Housing and Homeless Committee report, I'm proud to welcome residents and community members from across the municipality to join in a coordinated response to addressing homelessness that puts people first. From service providers and policymakers to neighbors and friends, we all know that one person can make a difference, but we don't have to do it alone. I'm so grateful for the work of service providers, nonprofits, faith organizations, and public servants to do what we could with what we had. Now the municipality is building on those efforts to coordinate a response that covers housing, shelter, public safety, behavioral health services that meets the needs of those who need it most. In partnership with the Mayor's Office and the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, Homelessness and the Assembly's Housing and Homeless Committee, we are hosting a summit on Anchorage's coordinated response to homelessness Thursday to Friday, March 20 and 21 at the South Central Foundation Nuka Learning Institute. More information, including a formal announcement and link to register, is forthcoming. You can subscribe to email updates from the Anchorage Assembly on our website. Together, let's build a system that makes a difference and lasting change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. All right, that now brings us to the addendum to the agenda. So the addendum to the agenda includes items that were added before Friday, or the late on the table items, which we will have to read right now. Before we get the addendum, we're going to go address late on the table items, incorporating any of them into the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and read the items that we have tonight for late on the table items. The good news is they are all supplemental, I believe, and so I will go ahead and read them now. 10E12B, Resolution AR 2025-54S, Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly relating to appropriations, providing an additional appropriation of $300,000 from the area-wide general fund to the Assembly for obligations carried forward from 2024 for fiscal year 2025, reducing the appropriation to the Assembly from the area-wide general fund by $20,000 for fiscal year 2025, providing an additional appropriation of $20,000 from the area-wide general fund to the municipal attorney for legal interns for fiscal year 2025. Next, we have item 10F4, which is information memorandum AIM unnumbered 2025 answers to Assembly questions. The next one is 10G1B, ordinance number AO 2025-21S, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code 15.55 water wells. In the documents, it's marked as S1, but it's actually S. Then we have item 13A2, which is AO 2024-122S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 25.30.035, to provide a procedure by which former record owners may claim any excess value over the debt owed on tax foreclosed properties retained by the municipality for a public purpose. I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed in the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion to incorporate the laid on the table and the addendum is moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? Hearing and seeing no objection, the motion is adopted. We have now incorporated the agenda. Next, I would like to... I don't think we have any appearance requests. So now we'll go through the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be accepted, adopted, approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, these items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of the items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing. So now I'd like to go down the dais to pull items. Start with Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Chair. No items tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Chair. No items for me tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 10A1 and 10D36.
That's 10A1 and 10D36. Thank you. Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm pulling 10A5, but I don't know if someone else has the document. So I'll pull 10A5. Thanks.
Yeah, so we're going to ask you to read that one. Mr. Sultan, I'll be presenting that one, so I don't know where they are.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Then Ms. Braga.
I'd like to pull 10D19 and 10E6.
That's 10D19 and 10E6.
Correct.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would like to pull, 10A3, 10 Delta 35, 10 Bravo 1, 10 Bravo 2, 10 Bravo 4, 10E6 was already pulled, 10E12, and I believe that's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
10A2.
That's 10A2. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A4, and that's it.
10A4, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Littlefield. All right, you turned your mic off. Yep. That's okay, I heard you. No items. Mr. Martinez.
My item's been pulled already, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I've learned I do not need to pull items 10B1 and 10B2, but those, if the chair could direct that they be set for public hearing on March 18th.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to direct the clerk to set the public hearing for both 10B1 and 10B2 for the meeting of March 18th. Also, I heard from the mayor that she would like to be added as sponsor for items 10A1 through 10A5. So we'll let the clerk catch up for a minute. There's one more. Madam Clerk, I would ask that we, actually I need to confer with Mr. Falsey really quickly. All right, also the administration would like us to set the public hearings for 10G6 and 10G7 for 318. And then I would like to set the public hearing for item 10G9 for March 4th. Okay, so I'm going to go back through the list, make sure I got them all. I have 10A1, Ms. Brawley, 10A2, Mr. Johnson, 10A3, Ms. Alatel, 10A4, Mr. Rivera, 10A5, Mr. Boland, 10B4, Ms. Alatel, 10D19, Ms. Bronga, 10D35, Ms. Alatel, 10D36, Ms. Brawley, 10E6, Ms. Brawley, or Ms. Bronga, 10E12, Ms. Alatel. Did I miss anything? Okay, thank you. So then I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. I would like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is adopted. For the members of the public who are here, except for the pulled items, everything from 10A through 10F has been approved. 10G items are set for public hearings at future dates. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I would move to change the order of the day to take up item 10A4, A1, A2, A5, A3, and then 10 Delta 35 before continuing with the agenda.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day. Ms. Zalatel, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Martinez. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing no objection, the order of the day has been changed. Next, we will take up item 10A4. 10A4 is AR 2025-46. AR 2025-46, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly calling upon the Anchorage School District to hold an annual youth voter registration drive to encourage participation in regular municipal elections, introduced by the chair on behalf of youth members Mika Bell, Bruno Bookman, and Kennedy Gray. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item is adopted unanimously. I'd like to ask the youth members to come forward, and we will go ahead and have this one read. This one is being read by Mr. Presverdia, presented by Mr. Rivera. Come on forward, youth members. And are there student youth organizations that are here? I know there was some conversation about asking some to attend. So also, come on forward then if you're part of the student youth leadership organizations at the school district. So, Ms. Presverdia, I think you're reading.
You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly calling upon the Anchorage School District to hold an annual youth voter registration drive to encourage participation in regular municipal elections. Whereas more than 10,000 students attend Anchorage high schools according to the National Center for Education Statistics, and whereas voting in local, state, and federal elections is a core right, an obligation of citizenship, and a primary vehicle to ensure government is built by and for the people. And whereas data from Pew Research Center indicates that people between the ages of 18 and 35 are now as large a force as the baby boom generation, comprising more than 31% of the overall electorate. And whereas after historically high youth voter turnout of over 50% in the 2020 presidential contest, the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement estimates that only 42% of youth ages 18 to 29 voted in 2024. Whereas Anchorage's local government decisions affect crucial issues like education, public safety, and the economy, making it necessary for young adults to be informed and engaged in the electoral process. And whereas the school district plays a critical role in encouraging civic engagement by providing students with the knowledge and resources necessary to become informed and active participants in the voting and giving them a voice in politics. And whereas voting is a civic duty and efforts should be made to ensure eligible youth are made aware of it. And whereas past efforts to immerse young adults in Anchorage have shown that accessible voter registration opportunities increase turnout and long-term participation in the local elections. And whereas 3,988 Anchorage School District students in grades 6 through 12 cast ballots in the fall 2024 Anchorage Youth Vote mock election. And whereas in 1971, the 26th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution was adopted, lowering the voting age to 18. And whereas municipal residents who are U.S. citizens and turn 18 on or before Election Day can register to vote within 90 days of their birthday and no later than 30 days before the election. And whereas the deadline to register to vote in the April 1st, 2025 regular municipal election is Sunday, March 2nd, 2025. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly calls upon the Anchorage School Board and District Superintendent to hold a district-wide one-week voter registration drive for the 2025 regular municipal election. An annual, therefore, run by Student Government Association or equivalent leadership program at each high school, amplifying nonpartisan information about how to vote, why to register to vote, where to find information about what is on the ballot, information about the current current voting system and anything else deemed beneficial in both paper and digital formats as appropriate. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2025.
So traditionally, we present the resolution and then the recipients can make comments. So the green button will turn the microphone on if anyone wants to say anything. Also, the folks who are here from the other organizations can have a minute or two if you want to speak. Go ahead.
Just want to thank the Assembly for their assistance in helping us get this out there. It's really important to me as a youth in Anchorage to make sure that there are resources out there for my peers so they can be more civically engaged, because it's more important now than ever. So thank you again for all your help with this.
Same as what Mika said, I'd like to thank all of you, especially Chris Constant for the help with this. Thank you.
Sadly, I'm the only one of the three who isn't able to vote currently, so that's a bit of a downside for this one, but this resolution is really important.
Thank you. So for the members of the public who are here, we're going to do something fairly unusual right now. 2 of our 3 youth members are turning 18 within the next 90 days, which means they're legally allowed to register to vote. And in fact, one of our youth members will be of age to vote on the April 1st election. So I'm a registrar with the state of Alaska. I'm going to come down right now and execute their voter registrations. We're going to do this for the public. Congratulations, you are Alaska's 2 newest voters. All right, good start. Now we have more. Next we have item 10A1. 10A1 is Resolution AR 2025-36, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2025 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga. Who's the second? Ms. Brawley. I would like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is adopted. Next, this will be read by Ms. Brawley and presented by Ms. Bronga. Please come forward if you're here to receive this. Oh, we're going to swap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Whereas teen dating violence is a serious issue that can have both short-term and long-term negative effects, teens that experience dating violence are more likely to experience depression, anxiety, engage in dangerous or unhealthy behaviors, exhibit antisocial behavior, and have thoughts of suicide. And whereas, according to national studies, 1 in 12 U.S. high school students experience physical and/or sexual violence in a dating relationship. In the 2023 Alaska Youth Behavior Risk Survey, 6.3% of Alaskan high school students experienced physical dating violence. And whereas the 2019 Alaska Youth Behavior Risk Survey showed that 8.4% of Anchorage high school students surveyed had been physically hurt by someone they dated within the past year, and 7.6% experienced sexual dating violence. That same survey reported that in Anchorage alternative high schools, 20.1% of students surveyed had been physically hurt by someone they dated within the past year, and 12.1% experienced sexual dating violence. And whereas Brianna Bree Moore was tragically murdered by her boyfriend in Alaska in 2014 as a result of dating violence, after which her parents worked with the Alaska legislature to pass Alaska Safe Children's Act in 2015. And in 2018, they passed the Bree Moore Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Preventative Program, known as Bree's Law. Because of Bree's Law, dating violence education is being taught in grades 7 through 12 in Alaska public schools. And whereas in 2022, Bree's Law was recognized nationally and signed into law by President of the United States as part of the Violence Against Women's Act, and authorized funding for $40 million to prevent teen dating violence. And whereas teens and all persons deserve happy, healthy relationships where conflicts are managed without threats, supporting healthy, nonviolent relationships and teaching safe and healthy relationship skills have lasting effects on youth. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipality resolves that February 2025 is designated as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2025.
Welcome. Yep, it's not on yet. The green button.
Green button.
There you go.
There we go.
Thanks, you got it.
Wow. I'm Butch Moore. This is my wife, Cindy. We're Bree's parents. And we're here to celebrate everything that has happened, that you all have helped us with, that the whole state has helped with. And we certainly could not have done this on our own. And there are quite a few people in this room that know the struggle that we had and what we went through. But it shows what a community can do and a whole state can do if you want to accomplish a goal. And our goal was, we realized after Bree was murdered, we never knew she had been being abused. And I said to her coworkers who were in a dental office, what would you have done if she was choking? They all said, we'd give the Heimlich. She's drowning, life vest or CPR. You don't let your friends drive drunk. And I tell this story, one of the people I asked to help us, I said, you know, I'm watching these life vest commercials. There's got to be millions of dollars spent on life vests. This is a crazy campaign. She says, well, that's my campaign, actually. And I said, how's it working? She says, we've cut drownings in half. And I said, can you help us? And there were a lot of people that did that. And the Anchorage Assembly did that for us too. So I want to thank you and celebrate everything that's been done to help save lives, and we just really appreciate it.
And this is our 11th year advocating for teen dating violence awareness and prevention. And it's been a journey, but it's also been very exciting, and we have proof right here that it's working. And this is the Alaska Teens Against Abuse. And I'd like to introduce them and have them come up and maybe say a word.
Hi, I am Madison Ariola. I'm a junior at Eagle River High School, and I'm a proud member of Alaska Teens Against Abuse.
Hello, I'm Maggie Cawthorn. I'm a senior at Polaris K-12 in ANZA, and I'm a proud member of Alaska Teens Against Abuse.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A, 10A2. 10A2 is Resolution AR 2025-38, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 16th, 2025 as Elizabeth Peratrovich Day. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That one I have Mr. Johnson reading, Mr. Littlefield presenting. Mr. McQueen, come on down.
Whereas Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Elizabeth Wanamaker Peratrovich was born on July 4th, 1911 in Petersburg, Alaska as a member of the Kukahati clan and the Raven moiety of the Tlingit Nation with the Tlingit name of Kagaksat, person who packs for themselves. And whereas after being orphaned, Elizabeth was adopted by Andrew and Jean Wanamaker, graduated from Ketchikan High School, attended Sheldon Jackson College and Western College of Education, and married Roy Peratrovich on December 15th, 1931. And whereas seeking greater opportunities, the Peratrovich family moved to Juneau, where Elizabeth and Roy encountered discrimination against Alaska Natives in their attempts to secure housing and gain access to public facilities, spurring them to become leaders in the battle for Native rights in Alaska. And whereas leveraging their positions as leaders with the Alaska Native Sisterhood and the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Elizabeth and Roy worked to bring attention to the issue of discrimination, lobbying the territorial legislature and Governor Gruning for passage of anti-discrimination legislation. And whereas Elizabeth's compelling testimony before the Alaska Territorial Senate was instrumental in the passage of the Anti-Discrimination Act of 1945, which provided equal access to public accommodations in the territory of Alaska, foreshadowing and helping to inspire the national civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. And whereas in 1988, the Alaska legislature designated February 16th as Elizabeth Peratrovich Day, and in 2020, the United States Mint issued a $1 coin bearing the image of Elizabeth Peratrovich in honor of her legacy of civil rights activism, making her the first Alaska Native to be honored on United States currency. And whereas the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood continue to carry on the legacy of Elizabeth and Roy Peratrovich and other Alaska Native civil rights pioneers by advocating for social justice, equity, and inclusion. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that February 16th, 2025 is Elizabeth Peratrovich Day in the municipality of Anchorage and encourages the community to celebrate the life and legacy of civil rights and social justice champion Elizabeth Wanamaker Peratrovich. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2025.
Do I need to hit the?
Nope, it's on. Welcome.
Well, this is quite an honor to represent a very large family that's not only based in Southeast, although we've lost a lot of elders, my uncles and my aunties, but some of us live up here. This is why I get the honor to be in the stage to represent our family. In the late 1800s, as the first Presbyterians started to come through Southeast Alaska, they picked one of the worst winters and one of the worst storms to land in Haines, Alaska. Yundastucky is an ancient village that is right across the Chilkat River from where the current airport is in Haines, Alaska. The chief then was Chief Donawak. The Presbyterians called him Silver Dollar Eyes because he had piercing gray eyes. That was my great-great-grandfather. Chief Donawak had two daughters. One of the daughters was named Taguk, which ended up having 7 sons and 1 daughter. Those were my uncles and my aunt. The other sister is where Elizabeth was her mother, and they shared the same father. So the Paddock family was very proud of having Elizabeth in the family. And at the time, from the 1900s when all the children were born, into the 20s, they started coming into their own own. On my uncle's side, they formed the first native construction company called T.O. Paddock Construction, and through the 30s all the way to the 80s, they built most of the ferry terminals in Southeast Alaska and Alaska. So they were focused on economic development. Well, we all know the story of what Elizabeth was focused on. So it was an incredible family that I'm really honored to be part of. I am also Klukahati. Good job on the pronunciation, Mr. Johnson. Eagle Killerwell, NWAT. The city has been a great host, at least since I've been up here for the 22 years, the Alaska Native community, and certainly what you are with the Eklutna people. I am a tribal member with Central Council Klinkin Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska from Southeast. I'm also adopted from the native village of Eklutna, and I'm a Sea Alaska shareholder. And Elizabeth, her legend goes across everything pre-Angska and since Angska. And I've had a picture of her since I think I was 3 years old, because every house we lived in with Mom celebrated her. And I know we call her our Martin Luther King within the Native community. So thank you for the administration and for the Assembly in celebrating her every year. It's a major honor. Thank you.
All right, next we will take up item 10A5. 10A5 is Resolution AR 2025-53, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembering and honoring Reverend Dr. William Green for 70 years of service to our city, state, and nation. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing, hearing none, that item is adopted. We will have, I believe, Mr. Boland reading, and I'll be presenting.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembering and honoring Reverend Dr. William Green for 70 years of service to our city, state, and nation. Whereas William Green was born September 13th, 1933 in Roland, North Carolina, married Wilhelmina Swinton on December 27, 1953, joined the United States Air Force in 1953, and served his nation at military bases in multiple states and countries for 31 years, while rising to the rank of Chief Master Sergeant. And whereas in August 1974, Reverend Green and his family, including daughter Wanda, were transferred to Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage, where they fell in love with the community and decided to retire from active duty and make their home. And whereas, heeding the call, Reverend Green was ordained as a minister in 1980, received his associates from the University of Alaska Anchorage in 1980, his BA from Alaska Pacific University in 1984, and founded Eagle River Missionary Baptist Church in 1985. In 1997, he received his honorary Doctor of Divinity from Arkansas Baptist College. And whereas Reverend Green served with the Anchorage Prison Ministries as a chaplain at Cook Inlet Pretrial, as a member of the Anchorage School District's Multicultural Education Concerns Advisory Committee, as president of the NAACP Anchorage, as a member of the Anchorage Community Police Relations Task Force and Task Force Chair, and whereas Reverend Green's service was honored by the NAACP Anchorage, Alaska Block Caucus, Bridge Builders of Anchorage, and in 2017 was honored with the 5th Annual Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance Living Legend Award. And whereas Reverend Green passed from this life on January 9th, 2025, to be reunited with the love of his life, Wilhelmina, his wife, partner, and soulmate of 69 years. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to remember and honor Reverend Dr. William Green for his service and commitment to our city, state, and nation, and to offer sincere condolences to his daughter, Wanda Green, and her partner, Dr. Ann Whitley, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2025.
Daryl, you just turned it off.
Here, I thought I knew what I was doing.
Ms. Green.
Good evening, and hey, good evening, and thank you so very much for recognizing my father. This is really wonderful. This is an honor. As the resolution says, you know, my dad served his country for over 30 years, and then after that, he became a pastor of Eagle River Missionary Baptist Church, and he was there for about 40 years. So most of his life, he gave to the community, and he helped the community, and he loved everybody in this community. Anchorage was definitely his home, even though we traveled, you know, a lot of places with my dad being in the military, in the Air Force. It was Anchorage that he finally settled down, and we all considered this our home. And it was just the three of us, my mom and my dad and me. And so I just want to, and I grew up in Anchorage too, and I just can't tell you how much this means to me. This is wonderful, it's extremely thoughtful, and I'm about to cry, so I'm going to stop. And I want to thank everybody in this room, in the entire assembly. Thank you so much, and thank you for sponsoring this. Thank you.
Okay, so this next one, I know there are a lot of people here to celebrate, so every one of y'all should come forward and stand by the microphone. Shouldn't be an empty space, it should be full. So next we have item 10A3. 10A3 is AR 2025-39, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2025 as Black History Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Boland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, the item is adopted. Can we go ahead and call Ms. Hodgegren? And then, folks, if you're here to receive this, please come on down. If you're part of Black History Month in Alaska, please. Children are welcome too. In fact, expected.
Hello.
Everybody, Wanda, everybody. Hi there, Ms. Hodgegren. We're about to read the resolution.
Okay, thanks.
Everybody come on forward. Crowd around. I have Celeste, yeah. Please.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2025 as Black History Month. Whereas sons of former slaves and the only person in history to obtain a PhD in the United States whose parents were enslaved, Carter G. Woodson, also known as the father of Black history, was an African-American historian, writer, and founder of the Association for the Study of African-American Life and History. He dedicated his career to the field of African-American history, and whereas after earning his doctoral degree, Woodson taught in public schools and later became a professor at Howard University and then a academic dean of now West Virginia State University, he believed that education and increasing social and professional contacts among Black and white people could reduce racism. And whereas in February 1926, Woodson lobbied schools and organizations to participate in a special program which encouraged the study of African American history to recognize the significant contributions of African Americans, also known as Negro History Week, with the theme to focus the attention of the public on important developments that merit emphasis. And whereas the first Black History Month was observed in February 1970, proposed by Black students and educators at Kent State University, and in 1976, Congress expanded it to National Black History Month, with every American president since then designating February as a time to honor Black history. And whereas 2025 Black History Month theme is African Americans and labor, which focuses on the various ways that work intersects with the collective experiences of Black people, the importance of vocational training, self-help strategies, and entrepreneurship in Black communities has been transformational throughout the United States, sets out to highlight and celebrate the impact of this work, and whereas for more than 150 years, Black families and individuals have settled in and passed through Alaska, significantly contributing to the state's development. In the 19th century, Black whalers were amongst the first non-indigenous people to explore Alaska. Additionally, Buffalo Soldiers arrived in the early 20th century to help to support post-Civil War expansion, while many others came as gold prospectors or to establish businesses. And whereas among celebrations for Black History Month on February 8th, the Alaska Black Caucus presented the Betty Davis African American Summit at the Betty Davis East High School. On February 1st, the Black Chamber of Commerce hosted the 10th annual Alaska Black Business Expo and Summit and Fashion Show, where residents were encouraged and did show up to support Black-owned businesses. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that February 2025 be recognized and celebrated in the municipality of Anchorage as Black History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2025.
All right, so nobody go away. We like to keep this crowd here for now, but we're going to start on the phone. Ms. Hodge-Grouden.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Celeste Hodge-Grouden, and I'm the president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. It is a privilege to be joining so many others today as we commemorate Black History Month. As we reflect on the profound contributions of Black individuals throughout history, we must also acknowledge the challenges we face today. Across our nation, and unfortunately, even here at home, we are witnessing a troubling rise in division, discrimination, and systemic inequalities. Yet, it is precisely during such times that we must remain steadfast in our resolve to celebrate our history and uplift the voices that have long been marginalized. The resolution presented this evening is more than a symbolic gesture. It is an affirmation of our collective strength and resilience. It is a call to action for all of us to stand together in the pursuit of justice and understanding. Black history is American history, and it is essential that we acknowledge and honor the struggles, triumphs, and contributions of Black Alaskans and their impact on our society. This resolution serves as a reminder that while we may face adversity, we also possess the power to effect change. It encourages dialogue, fosters inclusivity, and inspires the next generation to embrace their heritage with pride. Together, we can create a community where diversity is celebrated and every individual has the opportunity to thrive. Let us not shy away from the difficult conversations. Instead, let us engage with empathy and courage, learning from our past while building a more just future. As we move forward, I invite each of you to reflect on how you can contribute to this vision and support the efforts to ensure that every voice is heard and valued. In closing, I want to thank our Anchorage Assembly for your commitment to this resolution and for acknowledging the importance of Black History Month, Black history, American history. Together, let us honor our past and celebrate our present and pave the way for a brighter and more equitable future for all. Thank you so much, and happy Black History Month.
All right, so we got a little bit of time. It's open mic. Come forward.
Oh, I thought the young people were going to have the mic.
They could have.
I'm Pastor Leon D. May First, Reverend of the Desert Community Church of Anchorage, and also president of the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation of Alaska, as well as the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance of Anchorage and Vicinity. And I do want to say thank you to Chair Constant and to the Assembly and to the mayor and her staff and Clerk Jasmine and all who are assembled here on today. Thank you for the resolution. We appreciate the gesture of a resolution. And certainly I ditto all of the words that Madam Celeste Hodge Groudon have stated already. And I would say that Black history is, yes, American history. It's a vital part of American history. When I think in terms of Black history in its origin and all of that, some of it was bad and ugly, but a lot of it is really beautiful as well. Out of the ashes of even slavery, we've risen to be a great embracement to this nation and community of which all of us live throughout the nation. And as it relates to Blacks, we've risen to become inventors, educators, philosophers, teachers, doctors, lawyers, military persons, even presidents. I'll go there, presidents and congresspersons and all of that. And so God has been good in that regard. And I ditto those words of Celeste again, that Black history ought to be celebrated. It ought to be taught and educated. We ought to be educated in it throughout the nation in which we live. I am somewhat appalled, drawn back by the movements throughout our nation to kind of try to wipe out Black history, but it's not going anywhere. It's real. It's a reality. It exists, and even in our schools, we are not celebrating Black history as much as we used to in another day and time. I recognize with so many of us that we're living in turbulent times of transition, even from our national leader and on down, when certain organizations are implored to not have celebratory programs as it relates to Black history, as it relates to Juneteenth, as it relates to MLK celebrations and Asian American historical celebrations. All of those things of those types are being kind of pushed somewhat backwards, even where some of our young people, our kids, are questioning. Had a school-age 10-year-old question me, said, are we going back to pre-King days, or what's really going on? And so it's a good thing to celebrate, to embrace Black history. It's interwoven into the woven fabric of who we are as a people, as a nation, and I think that's good. I think it's really good in a day and time, and I'm going to shut it down, but in a day and time when DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion is being pushed to the back, pushed under, and not even looked upon as needful and necessary. I would think in a day and time in which we live, in the diverse communities in which we live throughout this nation, we ought to applaud diversity. We ought to applaud equity and the mechanisms that seek to bring everybody together to a state of oneness, and certainly we ought to be a nation of inclusion. Now DEI has been given a bad name, been given it's a bad word now. Now it's something that I guess has become ugly in the minds of some. To it's reverse discrimination to the majority in our nation, and that's kind of the undercurrent that's going on these days. I think the mechanisms of systemic and systematic institutions that need to be broken down and bring everybody to a state of equality out of which equity is born, put everybody on a level playing field in the nation in which we live. I think those things ought to be embraced rather than pushed back and beat down. And so I applaud you for the thing that you're doing today as it relates to celebrating here in Anchorage, in our state of Alaska, in this nation, Black History Month, Black History Month. I applaud you for that, but I implore you, even as I applaud you, that as you make your decisions and all of the things you do as an assembly, all of the things you do as an administration, I implore you to be mindful always of the diversity that we have in this community, and that all of the decisions that are being made on behalf of everybody in a very forthright way. Don't allow the historical sentiments of whatever culture, whatever ethnicity to be far from your minds in the decisions that you're making for all of us in this community called Anchorage. I say God bless you. I say God keep you. I say God smile upon you, his favor be upon you, and God bless America.
Say one thing. It won't take but a second.
The
dream lives on.
What's your name, sir? Sir, what's your name, for the record?
My name is Bishop James Willis. I'm the pastor of New Antioch Church of God in Christ.
And would you make that comment again, so it's for the record?
I said, the dream lives on.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Oh, one more. Looks like two more. We'll go with two more.
So I just wanted to tell you guys thank you for this. As said earlier, we know that the idea of celebrating culture, diversity, equity, and inclusion is definitely under attack, and I just want to thank this assembly for doing this and remembering what makes Anchorage great. It's our differences and how we work together with those differences. I also just want to encourage the assembly and the administration and everyone to steadfast and continue supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion, positions like our equity officer, and not being afraid or ashamed to uplift who we are as a people. It's our differences that make us strong. So thank you.
So I want to thank everyone. As the education chair of the NAACP, Alaska, Oregon, and Washington, and the Anchorage branch, I am honored to celebrate the municipality of Anchorage for recognizing Black History Month. This is more than a celebration. It's a commitment to honoring the contributions of Black Alaskans and advancing equity in education and opportunity. Black history in Anchorage is Anchorage history. From pioneers to present-day leaders, our impact is undeniable. Yet, true progress requires more than recognition. It demands action. As we reflect on the past, we must invest in the future, ensuring that our schools, policies, and institutions uplift and empower Black students and families. I invite you guys to all join the NAACP in its work. As members, you become a part of a movement fighting for educational justice, equity, and opportunity in Anchorage and beyond. Together, we can build a future that honors our history and strengthens our community. Thank you, Municipality of Anchorage, and thank you, Mayor Suzanne Luference.
Would you say your name for the record?
I am Rosalind Grady-White. Thank you.
I would note that her daughter
and that's my daughter, Kennedy Grady, your youth representative.
Who just registered to vote. Mr. Martinez. Oh, okay, Pastor.
Last one.
All right.
Andre Parker, Senior Pastor of Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church. Just want to say to Chair Constance and all of the assembly, thank you for giving us this opportunity and this time to speak. Blessings to you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to make an observation, if I could, in a comment. Earlier, we presented a resolution to Mr. McQueen regarding for Elizabeth Feradovich Day. And I wanted to just recognize that Mr. McQueen mentioned that to the Alaska Native community, from his vantage point and to his family's vantage point, Elizabeth is their MLK. And so let me just make it a little final line here. Elizabeth Feradovich championed civil rights in Alaska 10 years before the National Civil Rights Movement. In other words, we don't have to wait for anybody else, and we don't have to take cues from anybody else. We could do it the Alaska way, we could do it the Anchorage way, and that's how we're going to continue to do it, because we have a history to do it like that, and we don't need anybody on the outside telling us how we're going to live with each other and how we're going to strengthen our community. So on that note, Chair, I really am appreciative that you brought both of these items today, that we can see that thread of that predates even the laws we stand on now because we know values are more important. Thank you.
And I would note, every year since I've been on this body, this resolution has been passed. It is a value of this municipality. It's nothing, not in reaction to anything. It is simply a statement of who we are. And with that, Ms. Alto, you want to make the invitation?
Yes, I would like to welcome Sankofa to dance for us and help us celebrate this moment.
So thank you very much. We'll do one more. Thank you. I could go on all night, but we do have business. Sankofa Dance Company, thank you so much for helping us celebrate Black History Month 2025 in Anchorage, Alaska, like we do every year. Next, we have a hard act to follow. Item 10D35, Assembly Memorandum 160-2025, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Bart Rudolph. Come on down. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Voland. I'm going to go ahead and have us vote on this item. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AM 160-2025 executive appointment for Bart Rudolph has been confirmed. Mr. Rudolph, if you want to turn the mic on, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to say it's a great opportunity to lead a department that I am incredibly passionate for, and a great example of the community that I love, a great showing here, and proud to be supported by a bunch of friends and family and coworkers here tonight. So thank you very much.
And I would just note that I think since I've been on the Assembly some 8 years, I think you're the first transit director who actually rides the bus. And I think to those who ride the bus, that is telling you something. So our city is in good hands. Thank you. If your family wants to come down, we can do photographs. We're going to do the swearing in right now. And so this is a formal process, and we can have you come on down if you want. And coworkers, friends.
I solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and I will faithfully perform the duties
of the Public Transportation Director to the best of my ability.
of the Public Transportation Director to the best of my ability. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, next we have 10D4, or B4. 10B4 is AR 2025-55, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly setting the compensation for the Assembly Youth Representatives for fiscal year 2025. This item was pulled by Ms. Salato. Ms. Salato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we turn to the item, I believe the youth members have some disclosures to make.
This item is about compensation for youth members serving in 2025. As one of the youth members serving, I have a personal financial interest and I ask to be excused.
It is the ruling of the chair that you, in fact, do have a conflict on the item, and we would ask you to be out in the hall until we're done. And please state your name as well. That was Ms. Grady.
Yes, this is Youth Member Bell, and just like Youth Member Grady, I have to say this item is about compensation for the youth members serving in 2025, and as one of those youth members currently serving, I believe I have a personal financial interest in the item and therefore ask to be excused.
It is the ruling of the chair that you, in fact, do have a personal financial interest in the item before us, so you are excused.
Youth Member Bookman, this item is about compensation for youth members serving in the year 2025. As one of the youth members currently serving, I therefore have a financial interest in the item and ask to be excused.
It is the ruling of the chair that you do, in fact, have a personal financial interest that is substantial in this item, so you are also excused from participation. Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion on the item? So I'll just say that this year we offered 3 students the opportunity to be our youth member, and I think it's just working out really well. And so we've divided the compensation equally among the 3 is the plan, and the code allows us to set it annually by resolution. So that's what we're doing today. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to, I'll say one last thing, sorry. That these youth are getting the total experience because they also have had to declare a conflict on an item. So it's the total experience. Anyhow, now members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt.
Mr. Salt. Okay, we can proceed. On a vote of 10-0, AR 2025-55 has passed the body. Next, we will take up, we can invite the youth members back. Next item is 10D19. 10D19 is AM 141-2025, Senior Citizens Advisory Commission appointment. Susan Hickle. Ms. Braga, you pulled this item?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Braga, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item, and if I'd gotten my act together and sent a question to the administration, it would have been better, but I had looked through, there was a pretty lengthy list of people being nominated for these chairs, and it seems like Suzanne had a lot of absences, and I wondered if she was really wanting to continue the position, or, you know, if she'd lost momentum. Just, that was my only question on that, and that's why I pulled it.
And to the chair, Member Bronger, I think Deputy Chief of Staff Barbara Jones is going to come down and speak to that.
Mic is not on. Green button. There you go.
Barb Jones, Deputy Chief of Staff. Through the chair, Ms. Braga, the applicant's attendance did improve in 2024, and the administration will check with her and ask her to continue to keep that improvement up in 2025.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any further discussion? Oh, no, Mr. Salt is having some technical issues. Seems like the audio may be struggling, and so he's calling back in now. He just dropped the line. Give him a sec to come back in. Can you hear us now, Mr. Salt? I'm thinking we aren't able to use our phone line for some reason. I will go ahead and call.
Chair.
Oh, there you are.
I got you back. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So we're about to vote on the confirmation of Senior Citizens Advisory Commission, Susan Hickle, AM 141-2025. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 141-2025 has passed the body. Next, we are on to item 10D. Oh, we did that one already. 10D36. 10D36 is AM 161-2025, 2024 to 2025 liquor license renewals, beverage dispensary license, the Olive Garden Restaurant 4412, number 133, the Olive Garden Restaurant 4413, number 4658, restaurant eating place license, the Writer's Block number 5610, Hearth Artisan Pizza number 5408, I Love Sushi number 5705, Pizza Man number 5880. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I do recommend approval of this. I pulled it primarily, well, the only reason I pulled this is really for two of the licenses, so it's number 133 and number 4658. So I just want to be clear, all of my following comments are on that. And I will point folks to the packet for details. But just to note that in our packet we received, it is actually pretty unusual for licensees to have a number of violations documented, but there is some documentation from these two establishments as far as a a settlement that was made with ABC Board regarding employment of minors working without work permits, so 16 and 17-year-olds. And again, I'm referring to facts that are in our packet. The company agreed that they were accurate, and we're taking steps to correct the action. So again, I am recommending approval of these. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to say, you know, we have labor laws for a reason in this state, and they are mostly enforced by the state, but they are important because we need to protect young folks who are working not just in alcohol establishments, but everywhere. And I take that seriously, especially when looking at issues involving minors. So I'm glad that the state did take action on this. I'm glad the company took corrective action. But I think these laws really do exist to say that the public has expectations about how people do business in our community and in our state, and especially, again, when it involves youth employment. So I believe it's very important for us to take that seriously, to make note. Again, this item would be waiving our right to protest, and I don't see a reason to protest this license given the corrective action that has already been taken. But again, we should make sure that we are signaling to everybody in our community that they should be doing business in the right way. So again, I urge approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes, oh wait, I'm sorry. This is an alcohol license item. We don't have youth members participate on alcohol licensing. So on a vote of 11-0, AR 2025-47 has passed the body. Thanks for the chorus over there. I heard you. I heard you. Thank you for catching me. Next, we have item 10E6, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This item concerns the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. I am the executive director, and I believe I have a personal or professional financial interest in the item.
It is the ruling of the chair that you do have a substantial financial interest in the item as it relates to your organization, so you're excused from the deliberations. Next, Ms. Braga, you pulled this item.
Yep, move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Braga, second by Mr. Voland. Ms. Braga.
I pulled this because I have been trying to get an update on the Next Step initiative, exactly how much outflow, how many new people were brought in, the money that has been spent so far, and I have not had any success. The last time I saw a fulsome report was in May, and then after asking several times, Ms. Parks handed me some papers at a meeting the other day, and I've been told that Ms. Bembem might be able to explain them to me, but I've been emailing Jessica to explain them to me, and she hasn't responded. Basically, the paper she gave me stated that there were, it's hard, like December, there are 21 people that are out of the Next Step, 6 in January, 10. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and so what I was hoping is that we could delay assigning that funds to Next Step until they actually give a full report, and the other grantees could move forward. I don't know if that's possible tonight, but that's what I would propose, that we bifurcate this and hold off on the portion until we get a full report. And if the administration is getting it, it needs to happen at the homeless committee meetings so that people can see this is our success. This is how many people have gone from a year of housing to standing on their own 2 feet. That's a motion.
So there's a motion to bifurcate. There's a second.
Second.
So there's a motion to bifurcate by Ms. Braga, seconded by Mr. Johnson. In the queue, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. Question to the administration. Would a delay in one or any parts of this particular appropriation cause a negative impact?
Member Rivera, I can ask Director Rash to come down. I believe this is the first time we've had this question, so I think I'm trying to figure out in real time here if there is some kind of actual budgeting issue or issue for the recipient if we do, but I'll allow Director Rash to speak to it as well.
Thanks.
Through the chair to Assemblymember Rivera. There is no budget issue on our end. However, there would be financial impacts to the organization as these are rapid rehousing funds, and so they do support individuals' rent. And so those commitments that have been made in 2024 are now continuing in 2025.
Got it. Yeah, thank you for that. I think for that reason, I won't be supportive of the motion to bifurcate or any motion to delay action. Rather, I would suggest that if any Assembly members are interested in more wholesome reports, that perhaps that's something that we can do at the upcoming Housing and Homelessness Committee. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley in the queue.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't support this bifurcation motion. These are grants that have already been awarded, or I should say appropriated, and are already doing work in the community. And so I think it is, as Member Rivera stated as well, it's a valid question to ask, but I don't feel that this is the right moment to do that, nor would I suggest that we delay any of these grants, because again, these are continuation of things that were already awarded last year that have intended to continue into 2025. So I would welcome more information about these grants at a future time, but I'm not going to support bifurcating, and I'm not going to support delaying any of them. Thank you.
So I have myself in the queue. I just have a kind of a tactical procedural question but the clerk isn't here that would normally know the answers to this, and Dean isn't here either. I believe if we bifurcate the item, until final action is done on both ends of the bifurcation, whether that's approval on one part and canceling or voting no on the other part, that the whole item isn't concluded. And so if that's the case, you can't simply take 2 parts out of 3, approve them, and hold one part, because none of the parts are fundable until all 3 parts are disposed of and the item is concluded and 24 hours has passed and no one has reconsidered. And so I think that I think that's a right read, and I think that I wish the clerk and dean were here because they're the experts on this topic. What would have to happen in that case is we would move to bifurcate, approve 2, kill the other one, and say bring it back to us in some form, if that were the move of the body. And I don't recommend that because it's just a pretty blunt force move when we're seeking information. And so I don't know that the bifurcation can achieve the goal that was proposed. Ms. Bronco.
So the other thing that I wanted to bring up is the one page that Jessica gave me is that of the 150, there were 32 exits from there. And it looks, so I have heard that there's at least 10 that are in the shelter, and they're calling that an exit, out of the plan. So what I think is helpful, and I think to be fiscally responsible, we need to know, do they then, that we had kind of contractually made a year's worth of payments for this person in an apartment, do we bring someone else from the shelter that replaces them so we're still at 150, or now do we only have 80 in the apartments because these people have exited? So, I mean, there's just so many questions, and I wish that I could have, I've been trying to get an answer for a month on this. And I think it's unfortunate that it can't be that hard to say this many people from this program have successfully gotten their vouchers, stood on their own 2 feet, and we're moving some new people in, so now we need some more money for that. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez on the motion to bifurcate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a question to the sponsor of the motion, Member Bronga. You described, out of the several programs listed here, you identified one of them. And I do support accountability, but my question to you is, what is the rubric that you're using across all of the programs to determine the success, or is it as subjective as it sounds?
So I'm not finding this subjective at all. This is the hugest lump of money that we've put put out for housing. And you spoke to the importance of the family housing. You did an amendment to the budget. I trust that they are helping families keep housing. And this is, I don't know, I'm just thinking that this is not unfair to ask this group that has a lot of funding from the city to show us what they're doing. And if that feels like it's putting things aside, I just happen to have personal information about in our backyard because of relationships with the people there. I don't know much about the family shelter, so if you find that unfair, I apologize, but it's, in my opinion, a different scenario.
Just to follow up, Chair, respectfully, I asked a different question than what I think you responded to. The question that I asked was, what is the rubric that you were using to determine across the different programs their successfulness or not? What is the number that tells you something is successful, and did you use the same rubric across all of the programs listed in this thing? I'm trying to get a sense of the equity across the analysis.
Okay, so let me tell you this. I would like to have the rubric to assess this organization. I've asked the question and have not been given the answers. So it's hard for me to compare with our rubric when I'm not being given the information.
Okay, I'm going to close, Chair, but just to make sure my point is clear across the frame. If, for example, there were 5 programs that are being appropriated, and I looked at all of them to see what I thought was successful, and I had an indicator saying 20% return would be my success rate. I want to see across all the programs. Then that would give me a sense of which program was out of my rubric, not necessarily the rubric in and of themselves. So just wanted to be clear about that on the record, because I think accountability is the right thing to do. And I think that if the administration's hearing from my vantage point, I'm interested in accountability that makes sense across programs, so that when there are generic questions, maybe members have specific questions, but at a glance we can kind of get a sense of what's going on, to just speak to Member Bronga's point. Thank you, Chair, but I won't be supporting this today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Member Bronga raising these questions. I think as stewards of the public dollars that it's fair for us to interrogate these things as they come up, whether it's for one of these programs or anything else in this massive binder with dozens and dozens of allocations for dollars going out the door. So I have no problem with her raising the question. However, I do hear the arguments about this is procedurally problematic, and I do recognize that we did award this grant, and so and it's fair to say that we should see it through. But I do think these are questions that would be good to ask. We're going to contemplate renewing this program again. Certainly, I think that it's fair for us to want to understand how the money is being spent, recognizing that these are scarce resources, and this is a large pile of money from a scarce resource. So, again, while I'm glad that Member Bronga is carefully considering how we're going about this, I think this may not be the right step to take at this time. So I think if it's procedurally correct, I'll withdraw my second.
The item is before the body, and I think only the mover can rescind the motion, but we have a couple more people in the queue, and we may come to that or not. Mr. Presverdia, thank you. If you were done. All right, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, as co-chair of the Assembly Housing and Homeless Committee, I'm happy to, and we have a meeting scheduled next week on the 19th. I'm happy to add this to our agenda and work with the Coalition on Homelessness and the administration to ensure that we have a response to this question and an update at that meeting where we can provide as much information as possible. I agree that we need to make sure we're holding the folks that we're funding accountable, and I would just offer that I'm happy to work with my co-chair and others to make sure we have this information to the degree we can next week at the meeting. Thanks.
So I have myself in the queue. Just a quick question. Did you ask the administration for this information?
I did not. I was told that Thea could sit down with me and explain. She thought she understood what papers were, and I have not had a chance, but I did follow up with
Right.
Ms. Parks, I figure she's on the front line of that.
Right. No, and so I think procedurally, if you look at the separation of powers, the management of the grant is an administrative function, and it is fair to have conversations with the grantee if you have your relations with them. But in the context of seeking answers about compliance with grants, I think it really falls upon members to rely upon the administration, ask them to get you the answers, and then we can be mad at them when they don't deliver us, or we can be happy with them when they get us what we want. But I think there's a disconnection of the order of operations in this whole conversation, and that I think that the practical process I would have asked is I would have personally asked Mr. Ash, hey, I need this information, or the manager to Mr. Ash. They would get back to us, this is what we found, and then the information would be packaged in the context of the approval of the contract that we approved. And so I think there is a bit of a separation of powers question going on here. So I think there was a missed step, and it's okay to do that because we're all in the world trying to figure out how this stuff works, but that's where I think I'm at and wouldn't support the bifurcation. Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really just wanted to align with the past two comments. I mean, this is the first that I've heard of this, but we're happy to, per Member Perez-Verdia's comments, happy to make sure that we come back with a report next week, happy to work with the grantee to get you the information that you're interested in. We would encourage passage of the entire item tonight, but are absolutely happy to follow up with the information that's requested, and now that we're aware that there are concerns about this particular portion of this item.
All right, do you want us to vote on this motion?
I am not wanting to vote on I withdraw my motion, sorry.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So now we have the main motion back before us. Question is, do we approve AR 2025-47? Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Wait, and one is recused, I'm sorry. And the youth member votes yes, sorry. I'm confused about what's going up on that board. So on a vote of 10-0, and the youth member votes yes, AR 2025-47 has passed the body. We can ask Ms. Alto to come back. Hi, Ms. Alto. All right, so we have just a couple more items before we'll take our dinner break. Actually, just one more item, I think. It is item 10E12. 10E12. Actually, I'm going to ask that we take this item up after dinner so that we have an opportunity to confer with the administration. There's some I just want to make sure we get it all right. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call it. We're going to take our regularly scheduled dinner break, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Go ahead, come back on the record. So for item 10E12, I am going to ask unanimous consent that we just come back to that item when a substitute version is done, or an amendment is done. There's some work being done on it right now. It's not quite ready for prime time. And so once we get that done, if there's no objection, we'll come back to that item. So seeing and hearing no objection, so we'll go ahead and scroll on to the next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda will be 11A. 11A is AO 2024-58, an ordinance authorizing retention of tax foreclosed parcels for public purposes legally described as lots 36 and 37, block 11, lot 53, block 10, and lot 23, block 3, Laurel Acres subdivision.
Waive reading.
Thank you. I believe, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, move to postpone to the meeting in February 25th.
Second.
All right, so there is a motion to postpone to the meeting of February 25th by Ms. Brawley and seconded by, was it Mr. Presverdia? Mr. Volant. Okay, so Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I think we can cover the why actually in the next item, but really this relates to a proposed code change that's the next item, and so the proposal is to take this up after that code change happens, and the intent is to postpone the next item as well. Thanks.
All right, so any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to postpone? Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is postponed to the meeting of February 25th. Next up, we have item 13A, which is a public hearing item. AO 2024-122 is an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 25.30.035, to provide a procedure by which former record owners may claim any excess value over the debt owed on tax foreclosed properties. With this item, we also have an S version that was laid on the table tonight. The public hearing is now open. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'd like to move to continue the public hearing and postpone this item to the meeting of February 25th.
Okay, there's a motion to continue the public hearing to February 25 by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks for everyone's patience. I know you can see that this has been, the can has been kicked a few times. With this one specifically, there is an S version. Because this has to do with property rights, the advice was really to give this one more meeting and give proper notice for that S version. So that's why the proposed postponement to the next meeting. And then again, if the code change that we take up is approved, then we could also deal with that other item at that time. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask again unanimous consent. The motion is to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 25th. Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is continued. Next, we'll have item 13B. 13B is AO 2024-104, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 to reduce the cost and burden of multifamily residential developments by suspending residential design standards for development applications submitted within a certain time frame. There's an S version. This item was continued from the 1/7/2025 meeting. The public hearing on this item is now open again. Want to testify, please come forward. The microphone is off, so hit the green button. There you go. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Harrison Smith. I'm an Anchorage resident in the Fairview neighborhood. Before us is an ordinance which, if approved, would place a temporary moratorium on the city's adopted design standards for residential development. These standards are a layer on top of existing building and zoning codes, and they relate only to aesthetic factors and not safety. We are currently living in a crisis for affordable housing in Anchorage, with an estimated 3,000 experiencing homelessness, 100 sleeping outdoors even at this stage of winter. We need every affordable housing unit we can get. While I believe the situation warrants even bolder action, the proposal before us is a basic step that I support. Aesthetics of our city are worthwhile to consider, but it is worth asking if these design standards ever accomplish the goals they were set out to. They are full of good ideas that I hope builders would be inspired to follow, but they are incredibly prescriptive down to the size of windows and such quotes as landscaping areas shall be planted with 1 tree and 5 shrubs. The fact that you choose from menus means that those who want to make their buildings more beautiful can choose the more challenging items and others can choose the easier ones. Is it not enough to let architects and builders find their own solutions and trust that they will not build something that nobody wants to live in or around? Especially problematic are the requirements around articulated facades and roofline modulation, which require high levels of engineering and can compromise seismic durability. These can make a project cost prohibitive for highly subjective aesthetic benefit. I personally find these buildings designed to look like small villages to be comical and passé, while a monolith like the McKinley Tower has understated beauty. It's all in the eye of the beholder. Considering this, I hope you vote yes on this ordinance.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Jason Norris, South Anchorage. I urge you to vote yes. I think this is a reasonable step to take. Listening to the work session the other day, I thought that the builders actually were quite eloquent about where this is restrictive. Getting a 4-inch articulation that adds $150,000 to a structure seems pretty unreasonable, and we should be moving to make things more affordable, not less. I feel like the path forward that is laid out is reasonable and appreciate the continuing consideration for housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, Mr. Cross. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Kevin Cross from Eagle River. What's up, guys?
Okay, I originally planned to stand here and provide a list of logical, well-reasoned arguments in favor of 2024-104, but forget that. Instead, I'm just going to play devil's advocate. So who benefits from design standards? I do. I love design standards. Well, that's because you put these ridiculous hurdles in place and my properties just continue to go up in value. Every time a new obstacle is erected, my existing properties increase, and that's why the voices that are loudest are those individuals who've owned their properties the longest. I get to build wealth not through innovation, not through hard work, not through investing my own money or taking risk, but just stifle opportunities for those around me. And I just complain loudly and laugh all the way to the bank. See, the best part is I can say I'm doing this for the good of the community, right? Because now, how do I get you, the policymakers, to buy into this? Well, here's what I do. I just use fear. I'm going to use outdated pictures of rundown 50-year-old properties that were built before people had computers in their homes, before the internet, before there was HD TV or Pinterest, where people knew they even had design options. I'll fearmonger tales of massive apartment complexes going up in your neighborhood and hope that you never learn about well and septic DEC requirements, and that financially is impossible to happen. I'll tell you if the construction doesn't look the way I want it to, it's going to lead to ghettos, despite the fact that housing or dilapidated housing appears when housing is unaffordable and there's no competition to encourage improvements. I will pray that you never drive north to Wasilla and see the beautiful properties being built there without hundreds of pages of regulations stacked on top of them. And I'll scream 15-minute cities while denying people the right to live in one if they choose. See, it's not my fault you didn't buy a house 50 years ago on 2 acres before it even had CC&Rs. I should not be burdened with the horror of occasionally looking at a property I don't like the design of. Well, property I don't pay the taxes, I don't pay the insurance, I don't pay to maintain it, I don't pay the mortgage, and I don't have to deal with. I just have to drive by and occasionally look at something I don't like. See, but this all backfires, doesn't it? Because here's what happens. If we stifle private sector competition or private sector construction, then government steps in and you have to buy hotels and convert them, and 10E6, you have to buy modular homes and build them. And then I complain that my property taxes went up. Why? Because government is now providing the housing. And I need a giant bureaucracy in order to enforce hundreds of pages of housing regulations. Instead of just trusting our forefathers who said private property rights and freedom are inseparable. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Skyler Quinn, SKYLERQUINN from Eagle River, here with the Anchorage Home Builders Association. I had a couple things prepared, but I'm just going to wing this. Testifying in support of this AO. A lot of you guys have spent an enormous amount of time going to housing workshops, looking at reports, looking at studies. I've looked at a lot of those documents as well, and my biggest takeaway is that there isn't a silver bullet solution to our housing crisis. Really, the solution is just a bunch of partial solutions, which is what this is. This AO is a step in the right direction, but it's not going to solve everything. But we can't always just look for the solution that does solve everything. We need a lot of these baby steps that collectively will make a difference. The pedestrian frontage standards, I've talked to several of you that voted in support of that, and there was clearly just some kind of a miscommunication on that, because your intent, and from what I've heard you were told, was that this would ease developers' ability to build housing, and unfortunately it's had the exact opposite effect of that. Pedestrian frontage standards quite simply make every piece of B3 property in town off limits to housing development. Before you buy a piece of property, there's a lot of due diligence that goes into it. And trying to abide by those pedestrian frontage standards, you basically have to have a full-blown design before you purchase a piece of land. They just absolutely have to go. The design standards here, again, they just add costs, they add complications. People tend to forget that a developer wants to move their product. They either want to sell it or they want to rent it. And if you put up a big eyesore, you're not going to move it. I mean, you're incentivized to build something that's functional, aesthetically pleasing, that people are going to want. And the design standards just add another layer of complications. And I mean, I could go through bits and pieces of it and kind of tell you why they're not good ideas. It limits a lot of modern architecture and kind of a lot of different styles that are in right now. It adds review comments, it delays projects. We're all trying to get our stuff in the ground during the summertime. We've got a short window, and by adding additional review comments and lengthening this process, it just makes it more than likely that that project gets pushed another year, and I don't think we have another year to wait for housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I also urge you to support this ordinance and the S version specifically, and that's not because I like ugly buildings. I do like buildings that look nice, but like our first testifier said, that's subjective. I don't personally like articulation. I don't think it looks nice to me, but I would never tell someone they cannot build a building that way. I think, it's up to the developer and what they think their market is and what they think looks nice. But even with the things that I do think look nice, I would much rather have abundant housing that I think is ugly than not enough housing. So I support pausing the aesthetic requirements that are included in this pause for this ordinance. I also like buildings that are easy to walk up to or to bike up to or to bike past without worrying about driveways that are massive danger zones. And as you all know, I'm always advocating for making Anchorage more bike friendly. But even I will admit that it's much more important to have a place to live than a place that's nice to bike past. I'd much rather have abundant housing that doesn't do those things well than to have not enough housing. So I support pausing the site access standards and eventually walking them back permanently. And then as far as the requirement for major site plan reviews, it sounds like that process is redundant to other reviews, but even if it would catch something, even if it would make perfect buildings, I would much rather have abundant housing that is imperfect than not enough housing. So based on the information in the materials and in the work sessions, it sounds like the things that are in this ordinance have been very carefully chosen based on evidence from developers who say these are major hurdles and they're getting in the way of building more housing, which is what we desperately need. Aesthetics are nice when we have the luxury, but for me, they're not even a consideration when we have neighbors who are stuck in housing that isn't suitable for them, or they're stuck in a part of town that doesn't work for them, or some of them can't afford or find housing at all. This ordinance would support the goals that the Assembly has stated for improving the availability of housing. It would support the same goals that have been stated by the administration, and it would build really nicely upon the work that you all have already done, which I thank you for, to address the housing crisis and make sure that all my friends and neighbors can find housing and that I can welcome more neighbors to my neighborhood. So I urge your support for the S version as the next step in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alexa Dobson. I live in the Fairview neighborhood, and I'm adding my voice to the chorus tonight, encouraging the passage of this ordinance. What my perspective is on this is that I own my home in Fairview. I bought it in 2019, and as a previous commenter observed, the fewer houses that get built, the greater our wealth as homeowners increases, but I don't believe in pulling the ladder up behind me. And I know that if I were to start over and try again today, I would not be able to afford my house. And that doesn't bode well for the entire generation that's coming up behind us. Bottom line is that we need more affordable housing. This seems like a really reasonable small step in that direction. So just offering my support for this ordinance as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Thank you, John Isaacs. I live on Forest Park Drive. I'm a member of Turnagain Community Council Board of Directors and co-chair of the Land Use Committee.
Are you speaking on your own behalf or on behalf of the council?
I'm testifying on behalf of the council.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and start over.
There we go. I'll take 7 minutes. No. We support the need for more flexible housing to develop multifamily residential in particular, and we support this ordinance with some suggestions and concerns. Section 3 of the ordinance directs the Planning Department to provide a report annually for each of the 3 years that the standards was suspended, analyzing the efficacy of the ordinance in encouraging multifamily development. We also recommend that this review analyze any unintended adverse consequences of the design standard suspension so that they can be adjusted. It would be helpful to have community council input on what the annual review might consider. Of particular concern in our council is anything that further increases the migration of on-site parking onto the streets and creating more problems with pedestrian safety, traffic safety, and snow management. And we do know that this is being addressed by a task force, and I'm serving on that task force, but we just want to make sure we do not aggravate the problem. The Planning Department staff also recommends establishing a working group to review the code and improvement. And I think that Assembly Member Brawley might be considering an amendment to that effect, which I would support. I served in the site access task force. I think that is a wonderful way to go. It gets people together. It gets people sharing ideas. People come up with solutions rather than sort of dealing with fear. And I would recommend that you do this for this particular ordinance. I think by doing so, the working group should also look at potentially, are there some levels of design standards that make sense to address housing without affecting the flexibility and the ability to develop feasible projects and while addressing community concerns. So again, therefore, as I said, we support this ordinance with not relaxing any on-site parking requirements and the recommended additions to the annual review and establishment of the working group. One other thing I might bring up is that we note that a lot of the whereas statements of this ordinance and others often cite provisions in the intent of the 2040 Land Use Plan and the 2020 Comprehensive Plan. If I remember correctly, after passage of the Modified Home Initiative last June, there was an Assembly recommendation to initiate a public review process to review and update the 2020 Comp Plan and the 2040 Land Use Plan. And I guess I'm interested in what progress is being made on that and suggest that such a review underway could help bring people together and guide regulatory and zoning district changes that people could support and provide the housing we need. So with that, thank you so much for your testimony, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have them. Okay, thank you.
No one in the queue, thanks. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Will Walker. I live in Spenard. I'd urge you to support this ordinance. For many of the reasons already stated, we do need more housing. As the developers talked about at the work session, about the impacts on development and thus the impacts on the cost of housing to our community. But one thing I want to focus on is something that Member Zalatel brought up at the work session is because a lot of the focus has been on the impact on new development, but also it impacts, the ability to rehab existing properties. For instance, I live in Spenard, a street away, like a stone's throw away from where I live. There's this like little sixplex that I'm pretty sure has been vacant, abandoned for a while. There could be squatters there now. Often had like mattresses outside, like refrigerator. That's unaesthetic. I think it'd be better for the community if there's more possibility to rehab and actually make use of those units and those spaces, which right now might be difficult if you had to go through, get a variance or whatever, go through kind of the residential design standards to get up to modern code versus, if we were to, test this out for 3 years, see the impacts on new development, see the impact on redevelopment and rehabbing our existing stock to see if we can make housing more affordable in our city that we desperately need. So again, I'd urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assembly members. Christine Bonnell. I live in Rogers Park. Nice to see you all tonight. You all have been working long and hard over the past couple of years to fix the code. We thought the sky was going to fall when the parking requirement went away. It hasn't. You've carried through in spite of opposition, in spite of support from the community, and I urge you tonight to vote yes for this. A little context, during the oil boom, we got a lot of T111 apartment buildings that people complain about today. Those need to be fixed. We're not going to get that again with this code being waived. People want nice-looking homes, renters want nice-looking homes, and that's what builders are going to build. So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Is it on there?
It's on, yeah, it's good.
Ready? Okay. My name is David Earhart.
Lift it up. There you go.
Hi there. My name is David Earhart. I'm a longtime resident of Airport Heights. And when you talk about housing, mine is a 1952 special, okay? Alaskan special. And I recently retired engineer, and I wasn't going to come up here. I didn't plan on commenting on this, but I realize this is a general statement. And when you say suspending the residential design standards, and I'm a design engineer, I go, wait a minute. We've got State of Alaska Fire Code. Obviously, we're not going to suspend that. I know you're not. But we're in a cold regions area, and there are very specific things that we have to do here. And I know my 1952 special was not built for cold regions. I mean, it had no insulation. So, and anyway, it's just that I know when it all comes through that suspending the residential design standards is kind of a general statement, and kind of, for me as a previous engineer, I'd go, what? So that's just my comment, that this is kind of a general statement there, and I assume that structural or seismic area and things like that are not going to go away. So I think it's, when this is presented, that maybe someone say these things will stay in place and not get some of us a little concerned. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
I am Eric Visser. I live in the Taku-Campbell area of Anchorage, and I am a home builder here. And I just want to say I do support this ordinance. I really appreciate what you guys have brought forward. I think just the moratorium, the 3-year moratorium, what it's going to do is just allow more ideas to come to this space, right? I think that's one thing we kind of get stuck in with trying to design around this box that Anchorage has created. You know, I like to design a certain way. Other guys like to design a certain way. Developers like to design a certain way. And I really think, like, I wish we would go further with it. And I want to try to push you guys to do that, to open up more flexibility for people to design in a way that they want, that they think people want to live, and not trying to create this box. But I really appreciate what you guys are doing with this, and I urge your support.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Melinda Gant, resident of Government Hill. I'm testifying today in strong support of AO 2024-104S. While this measure is a crucial step towards addressing the ongoing housing shortage in our city, it also is going to help reduce the regulatory barriers that slow down and increase the cost of development. Anchorage faces an urgent need today to build more housing to accommodate our current population, and then also encouraging future workers to our city. The current design standards, while were well-intentioned, have inadvertently contributed to project delays and higher construction costs that we currently see today. By providing developers with increased flexibility, this ordinance will enable faster project completion, expand the range of housing options, and ultimately make housing more accessible and affordable for our residents. I would like to personally just tell a story on, and I'm sure many of you have heard this story time and time again, but my daughter and son, my son lives next door to me at a reduced rent, and it's not at that market rate. My daughter actually lives with the father of my grandchild. They don't have a relationship, but they had collectively could only afford living together in a 3-bedroom in North Star. And while that's not something that they, are completely happy about, it was something that was in the best interest for both of them to have a house for the grandchild. And they could never have done that on their own independently because of the rising cost of rentals. So thank you for your support and time today.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard tonight? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the yes.
Second.
Motion to approve the S version by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm hoping to provide a few comments here, but I would ask, Mr. Chair, if you could recognize the mayor in the queue first.
The mayor is in the queue. Ms. LaFrance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Zalatel. I would like to request to be added as a co-sponsor to this ordinance.
It is so directed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to provide some initial context for the ordinance as its originator and one of the sponsors. There are a few amendments, then want to turn to those. So I thought the testimony tonight was really interesting. It's a partial solution. We'd like bolder action. Wish you would go further. Man, me too. But the thing with policy and dealing with what we have is sometimes it is the collective action of a lot of things that can lead to big change. And I think that this ordinance is the culmination of a lot of action that's been taken in the last year. We have done everything from parking minimums to addressing 3 and 4 plexes to zoning. We had not done anything really in the multifamily realm. And so this ordinance applies to multifamily development 5 units and more, whether new construction or rehab. And so I feel like this is a natural progression of the work we are doing. And that all of those things that I have mentioned, all of those policy choices and moving forward will have a collective impact. And I'm really excited if this passes tonight, which I'm very hopeful it will, to see what happens 3 years from now. To see what new ideas have come to the fore, what vacant and abandoned properties have been revitalized, what new innovations have come to Anchorage to solve our housing crisis. And I think what we have proposed here is a data-driven analysis. We have asked the planning department to keep data. We have asked for a working group to evaluate what's going right, what's not going right. Really so that this can be an iterative process, one that involves a wide swath of the community, and we can tangibly look at whether or not more housing is being built. We hear all the time about whether or not units are being shaved off or a project is just moved from a go to a no-go. I'm hoping we're going to hear about units being able to be added and projects moving into a go status. One of the things I think that's really important about this is it is a pause. It is a pause for time to evaluate, innovate, and then figure out how we want to move forward together as a community. We have, turning to the amendments, we have 3. So I would just like to move those in numeric order. So I would go ahead and move Zalatel Brawley Amendment number 1.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This is for the effective dates of the ordinance for the pause. So it's date of passage to May 31, 2028. This amendment is brought per the recommendation of the planning department.
Any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would go ahead and move Brawley Zalatel Amendment number 2.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This is the request to the planning department to convene a work group within 6 months of the passage of the ordinance. We have put in a few data points we would like to see, which actually I gathered from Mr. Robinson's comments at the work session, including but not limited to project cost, density of proposals versus permitted number of units, projects that move forward and those that do not, and the length of time from initial permitting application to project completion. Again, If not now, in this particular amendment, when the planning department does stand up this work group, I would really encourage members to reach out with those metrics that they find important to evaluating whether or not this pause is working, or if there's a particular design standard you're interested in and there's a metric associated with it. So I hope you can support the amendment.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. Speaking in support of the amendment, of course, but also just wanted to address one of Mr. Isaac's comments, and thank you for those from the council. This is really envisioned to be the place to discuss kind of what the code should look like. You know, as we said, this is just a pause. And I think there's probably, what folks will find is there's some requirements that people will use, or even if they're guidelines that they'll use anyway, and other ones that are really causing that friction, causing the most cost. And so I think the only way to really to figure that out is to look at real world examples and continue to work on that. So you'll also note there's no end date on this. So this is a different situation than the separate project that we've discussed that has a working group, because that one is really trying to solve something as soon as possible. So this one intentionally does not have an end date, but of course the intent is to work alongside this pause being in place and then bring back code changes in the time frame that is appropriate. And so that is really the intent. And then also just to say, as Member Zalatel said, if others have thoughts about what this should include, we are asking the planning department to really lead this and let the professional planners take the lead on that. And so really looking to them, and I think other suggestions such as looking at unintended consequences or negative impacts of this, should there be any, is a great flag as well for planning. Thank you.
All right, so I would note, just for folks watching, that we had the wrong amendment on the board, but the correct amendment is up there now. And I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent on this amendment, seeing how the last one went. Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing and seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'd move Zalatel Brawley Amendment number 3.
Second.
So motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This language makes it more clear that it's our intent to suspend the requirement for a major site plan review. Doesn't mean that there isn't any review, but a major site plan review in particular. And what the impetus for me with this amendment and wanting to make sure this is clear is I asked the planning department to kind of pull some current projects. And one that really caught my mind was there was this opportunity to build 51 units. The applicant was going to put in 30 to avoid major site plan review. That's a loss of 21 units. And we're not without tools to have conversations with developers or to review plans. So I think we can definitely go ahead and move forward. If for any reason major site plan review or the lack thereof causes a problem, you all are in the driver's seat to rectify that. And I think the planning department we have a good relationship with them right now, and I think we're going to have some ongoing dialogue about how it's working. And we've never felt like the development community was shy in telling us if something's working or not. So I think this will save time and money, provide some certainty, but still go ahead and hopefully let projects go forward at their maximum unit capacity. If that's what can be built and what builders want to build, I don't want a review process to be what's in between that, between those units actually coming to fruition. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. So I came in here tonight intending to support this ordinance. Even though I had some reservations, I felt like I was pretty comfortable getting to yes on it. However, we'll say I really don't like it when we take up these complex issues with broad ramifications, and then at the last possible second, we see these amendments come to us without any opportunity to really dig into what they mean. And it's just, it's very frustrating to me. And then I will tell you, I am not a Title 21 expert, but I enjoy having the opportunity to interrogate these questions with people who are. I found a lot of value in our work session last week. I mean, frankly, that was what I think convinced me that this ordinance was worthy. But now here I am with something that seems to have some pretty consequential effects without any opportunity to really understand what that means. And I just really don't like being put in this position. And I think I've been pretty consistent about my reservations about seeing these sorts of changes come to us at the last second on things as complicated as this. And so I'm frustrated. I would say if this change is not that material, then let's vote down the amendment so we can take up the ordinance as essentially we have been briefed on. But if it is that consequential, if there's a delay to where I have an opportunity to get my questions answered, maybe I can get back to yes. But if we make this change here tonight, I just don't see myself being comfortable supporting the AO. I don't like this way of doing business. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate that comment, Mr. Johnson. I was intending to kind of clarify what this is doing. So I don't know if, hopefully this will be helpful for everybody in the room. So when we wrote this ordinance, both the original version and the S version, this subsection is the only place that I'm aware of where that major site plan review is documented to be required for items over 30 units or 31, whatever it was. And so it was always our intent to include it in there. I will also say it was hard to find because actually almost all of the requirements as far as what process things go through, administrative site plan review, major site plan review, there's a collection of them. All of those are really in the use table, which is in a different chapter. And so there's a table of what the use is, what districts it's in, and then you'll see letters in those boxes. That's what that's saying. And so part of the confusion is that the way that the current code is written, that requirement is only buried in this section and it is not clear in the use table. So if I was going to build something that was 50 units, for example, and I went to go look at the use table, it would tell me one thing, and then if I go to this section of code, it tells me something else. And so I just want to be really clear, it has been our intent all along. We were aware of that site plan review being in this section, and the wording that we're actually changing is just to clarify that both it's not just the criteria, the design standards, it's also that specific review. And so I totally appreciate the comments about feeling that there is a significant change being made, but in this particular case, it is not changing the intent, it is merely clarifying so that there's no confusion later that this was always our intent, and that's why this section is in here. So that's really what that's about. Thanks.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just noting that the mayor had initially added her name to this as a sponsor, and just curious about the administration's support of this particular amendment. Would like to hear from the administration. Thanks.
Through the chair to Member Presverdia, I am in support. The administration is in support of the amendments, and we can have someone speak to the amendments if you want to hear more about that rationale?
No, thank you. I just want to make sure it was clear that you had worked with the sponsors on this and were in support of the amendments. Thank you.
Ms. Salatil.
Thank you. I appreciate that there's maybe not a lot of clarity between what just is the regular plan review and a major site plan review. Those sound like big words. Could maybe the planning director come up and tell us a little bit about what process would still exist or what process would be going away? We heard a little bit about it at the work session from the developer's point of view or the builder's point of view, but I would love to hear it from the planning department.
Turned it off. There you go. Welcome, Ms. Babb.
Elisa Babb, through the chair to Member Zalatel. The major site plan review process requires additional review by the planning department and some additional community input, and that is the basic difference between what you generally get in a regular review or a permit and the requirements for a major site plan review.
So a little bit more review from the planning department. Can you tell me what that might be? Or is it just another set of eyes?
It's another set of eyes, and honestly, I'd have to ask staff to come up and look in code and figure out exactly what it is that the steps are. So if you could just give me one moment, please.
Continue through the queue and then come back. All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I actually had a question for planning but I can wait till they confer.
Okay, so the procedure includes a pre-application conference with the planning department and those others involved in the permit process, a community meeting, and public notice, departmental review, and commission action. So it would need to go to PZC as well.
Great. Thank you. And then I actually have a question on the amendment as drafted to legal. I think there's maybe a little bit of confusion because we are already in legislative drafting for that whole paragraph, but the only change by the amendment is requirements and then crossing out criteria and standards, right? Can you flesh that out? Because this is all new section of the code we're proposing in the original S version of the AO, and the amendment only actually changes a small portion of that.
Through the chair to members, or Vice Chair Zalatel, that's correct. The reason for the edit was there are subsections within subsection E2 that are titled minimum standards and approval criteria. And by using the words, the criteria and standards of subsection E2, it could be read to only apply to those two subsections within the subsection. And I don't believe that was the sponsor's intent or the intent of the legislation to begin with. So the striking out of requirements is to make the proposed ordinance more accurately reflect the sponsor's intent that the entirety review process and all the things required by subsection E2 were to be suspended, not just two paragraphs within it, as may be misinterpreted.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brawley and then Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question for planning as well. My question is really, because I really want to unpack what major site plan review is. So I wonder if you could give a few examples of other uses that typically require major site plan review. Because I think just while you were looking that up, I want to emphasize my understanding is that this is not that there isn't a review process, but that major site plan review is actually pretty rare.
Usually one finds the major, through the chair to Ms. Brawley, one finds major site plan review requirements in the use table, and generally those uses that are that require major site plan review are the larger uses such as secondary or elementary schools, boarding schools, museums, libraries, large institutions, basically.
Thank you. And then can you also clarify, so there's something called site plan review, which I'm actually looking at the use table now. It looks like multifamily housing is actually a permitted use in R3, R3A, R4, and R4A on, again, Chapter 5, the use table. Can you explain what the difference is between administrative site plan review and major site plan review? Because I think what I heard you say is that the Planning and Zoning Commission is involved. And so is that true for administrative site plan review?
No, for administrative site plan review, that is departmental review and then the director's action.
Okay, thank you. So major site plan review is really adding an additional layer on top of what is typically done at the department level.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Just question. As I'm reading through this paragraph where the amendment is said, in the first sentence, if amended, it says, your requirements set forth in this subsection 2107, blah, blah, blah. There would be that. And then if I go down to, I think it's the last sentence, it says, absent assembly action to amend this provision of code. Here uses that criteria and standards language. That says criteria and standards set forth in subsection E2 shall become effective again. It seems perhaps a little inconsistent that we're using requirements to refer to a suspension in one place, but then we're using the verbiage criteria and standards somewhere else. It seems like there's an inconsistency there. I don't know if legal perhaps wants to take a bite at that.
Yeah, that is an oversight, is what that is. So if someone were to amend the amendment to provide internal consistency using the term requirements at the beginning and the end of the sentence, but that's entirely on me as a drafter's error.
And I'm not going to belabor my point because it's the same, but it just speaks to why I really don't like doing it this way.
All right. Yield back the floor, Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking online. So one of the things it says with a major site plan review is that they are for larger projects that might impact traffic, utilities, and neighboring properties more. And so, if you look at the difference between this, if we are putting in like a whole subdivision, it would have a major site plan review, I suspect. But I guess I still kind of feel like if it's a giant structure with many units, we do need to have that major site plan just to check traffic flow. Would traffic be taken into account? And if you have enough ability to use, I'm just thinking northeast Anchorage, like Peck Avenue, if you put a 50-unit building on there, it would definitely impact them because you can't turn left off of Peck. So I'm wondering about major site plan review, if this, if it's the traffic doesn't get looked at and the community doesn't have a chance to say anything, this could go bad.
Through the chair to Ms. Branca, traffic reviews everything, and if a TIA, a traffic impact analysis is triggered by something that they see, then it would be something that the developer would have to address.
Okay, so major or regular site plan review takes that into account?
Or just permitting in general.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay.
Ms. Alatel.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment, amending criteria and standards to requirements, and the date, it should be before May 31, 2028 for the second date there to be consistent with the prior adopted amendment. Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Anything to that?
Just for consistency, thank you.
All right, members may proceed to vote on the, any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 10-1, the amendment is amended. We now have the amended amendment before us. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Right.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-2 in the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes, the amendment as amended has passed. Now back on the main motion as amended. Right, now the queue is lighting up. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I know I've spoken a fair amount on this already in prior public meetings. So the two things I just want to say are that I think, and I think many of the testifiers spoke to it as well, it feels like Anchorage has been swinging on a pendulum. And we described the 70s and 80s, the oil boom, as really one end of the pendulum. To one of the testifiers' points, no, we are not, this does not suspend building code, it does not suspend health and safety. In fact, it really only suspends a very tiny slice of a 900-page code, which is our zoning code. And so that's really, we've come from, very little rules and a lot of substandard building, some of which is still standing. And And we've really swung really far the other way, I think, in response to that. And so really the question is, can we swing back toward the middle? I think that's what we're trying to do. And again, we are not going back to where we have no standards. We are not going back to where we have lax building code, where we have folks who don't put insulation in houses. I think we're past that time, hopefully. But also I think we need to move past this idea that we are always reacting to what happened before, because we need to meet the challenges that we have now. And I think this is what this ordinance does. The other thing I just want to very briefly comment is we've received a lot of communication about this, and one thing that really does not sit well with me is this advocacy tactic of showing photos of where people live and essentially shaming that building. And I do worry about the impact if any residents hear that, or folks who own those buildings, folks who maybe don't have a lot of money, they own the building and they want to repaint it and they just can't do that because of rising costs, right? There's a lot of reasons why buildings look the way they are. And so I think we should just be very careful about using visual images of where other people live to make points in a negative way, because I think that just isn't fair, and I think it further stigmatizes renters, which this community has a long history of doing, and we're not unique in doing that. So that's really what I wanted to say, but I urge your support of this ordinance, and thanks everybody for a robust discussion.
Mr. Rivera. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the big question that my constituents have had in this whole process is the what question. What is this going to do? And I got asked that question a couple times at some community councils that the vice chair wasn't able to attend. And up until recently, thanks to the FAQ and the work session, I really wasn't able to give them a concrete answer on that. It seems to me that there has been, so thank you for the FAQ and the work session, both very helpful. It seems to me that there's been a lot of thought put into this idea, so I feel relatively confident supporting it. That said, I didn't get a chance to ask the big question from me at the work session. There just wasn't enough time. I think big topics like these probably should have a little bit longer time in the work sessions. So it's a question in two parts. First, would the sponsors agree that, and when I say the sponsors, I'm specifically talking to the original sponsors, not to Mayor LaFrance, who just added herself as a sponsor. So would the sponsors agree that this ordinance is a bit of an experiment? I've called it that myself, and there was at least one other assembly member who called it that at the work session, so just wanted to gauge where sponsors were on that framing. Ms. Alatal.
Thanks. The word experiment means we really don't know what will happen, and I think I kind of think of it as the opportunity for innovation. You can call it an experiment, but I think we know what some of the foregone conclusions are in talking with developers about what will go now, what the unit counts will be, where they saw barriers and those barriers will be relieved. I think we have concrete things, so I don't know that I agree with, and I don't mean to be pedantic, but agree with the word experiment, because experiment, I think we have a good hypothesis in place that has some predicted outcomes, and I think it can be determined whether or not we're going to get those by looking at hard numbers and data.
Great. I don't know if any other sponsors want to add anything. Ms. Brawley? No? Okay, great. Thanks. I smiled there because you use a hypothesis during an experiment. So most experiments, I think, have, so I'm going to say, I appreciate that response. I'm going to continue with my framing, though. So most experiments have a gauge to describe failure and success, and you actually talked about that a little bit in your response. So how would the sponsors describe success? I think that one's pretty easy. I think the more difficult question is, how would the sponsors describe failure, and how do you see the Assembly responding to these failures? And I asked that second question in part because, at least in one of the news articles, the administration, a representative from the administration, had a specific quote in there talking about how they would gauge failure and how they would respond to said failure. So if you could respond to both of those, thanks.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I won't be on the body likely to respond to failure, but what I would hope that you all see is if you are hearing something that isn't working, that you interrogate why it's not working, and are multifamily design standards part of the solution to solve it, and then you have your legislative tools. And it's not just the introduce an ordinance to fix it. If it's emergent, you have emergency ordinances. I think there are a number of fail-safes that can be pulled. And I also want to underscore, there shouldn't be any public health and safety features here. We worked very hard to ensure all of that remains in place. So I think you have tools at your disposal, and I don't have a particular failure in mind because I'm not sure. But I know that the tools exist because I've seen us use tools legislatively to act quick when we needed to rectify a situation.
Great, thanks. I don't know if any other sponsors want to add, but I was happy with
Ms.
that.
Brawley.
Yeah, I guess I will add, in addition, I'll agree with what Ms. Alatel said. I think, to me, the failure would be if, despite our efforts to fix known problems in the code, that we still aren't seeing housing built. I think that is one. I have confidence, given how much, for years really, that there has been feedback on these parts of code. I think we will see more units and we'll actually see more projects move forward more quickly than they would otherwise. But I think we also have headwinds in other areas, and so, and I think it's a question that's been raised is really, even as we make all these changes, why aren't we immediately seeing housing getting built everywhere? And I think some of that is community expectation, but I think some of it is just, as one of the testifiers said, there's just so many, there's so many components to our housing struggles that we need to deal with. And so I think, to me, it's the failure would be is if we make changes like this and it's still not enough, but I think we have to keep trying until we find what is the maximum that we can do.
Great, thank you, that was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Folland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I also have a question. Because it's been referenced a couple times tonight by the mayor in her report, and also in some of the public testimony that we've heard tonight regarding the work that's being done around site access, which touches on residential design standards. We're doing a lot of good work in that working group around windows on primary frontage, alleyway access requirements in neighborhoods that have them, like South Addition or Mountain View, Fairview, et cetera. Walkable sidewalks, it goes on. And I guess I'm wondering how this intersects with that timing-wise. So I think it's maybe a question for the sponsor, maybe because Member Brawley is also involved in the site access project. Maybe she has insight into that, or it could be for planning staff. If we're doing this work as a community to work toward right-sizing some of those standards, are we putting that on hold if this were to pass, or does that still go forward?
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I can briefly take that one, and then I would also suggest planning respond because they're really leading that process. That ordinance has been introduced, or it's moving through the process to planning and zoning, and it already has a hearing. And so I think in one sense, yes, that work is moving forward, and it's on a different timeline than this. I think in terms of how they intersect, I think that is certainly a question that we need to take up with the other ordinance, but I do think it's always a balancing act when you change code that changes people's property rights, or what's called entitlements, is the certainty aspect. And so I think we would need to take care to think not only about when those new standards should go into place, but how that would impact projects in process, because it really matters. There's a point at which you're locking in certain entitlements or certain rules that you're following, and so if we change those rules, it would have unintended consequences. But I think beyond that, I think that's a sequencing issue that we still need to work out, and I don't know if folks from the mayor's office or planning have additional comments on that one.
Anyone else? Melissa, Ms. Babb.
Through the chair to Ms. Brawley, I would just agree with that it would be a sequencing issue that we would need to sit down and figure out when the effective date of the changes would take place.
Can I follow up though? What is the intent, or do we not know? Should this pass, are we going to put the site access work on hold until 2028? Or does it get approved and then apply even in the midst of this pause? And that's what I guess I don't have clarity around.
Through the chair to Member Voland, I believe that would be up to the Assembly, whether to create an effective date that would put the site access changes in place immediately, or if they would want to wait and see whether there was data that they wanted and have the effective date align with the intent of this AO.
Okay, so we'll have to figure that out then. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I also respond?
Sure.
Yeah, just briefly, I think the other thing to keep in mind is these design standards are, I'm trying to use circles here. The design standards are the section of code, the 2107-110, and site access, which is separate. So there's two kind of circles that this applies to for a set period of time. Site access would be permanent code changes. That's what's proposed. It is a subset of this ordinance, and it also applies to every other use, really. I believe it applies to single family in some cases. It applies to commercial. And so really there's two different spheres that we're looking at. They do intersect, and that's why we need to work out the intersection. But there's a lot of reasons why that other part of code would not be affected by this at all.
Yeah, I think I'll just say for my part, it's difficult to explain those moving pieces to my constituents, but I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm excited that this would also extend to older homes, older, larger complexes. In the neighborhood where I grew up, definitely need this kind of love, and I'm hoping that it will work to make a difference. But I also recognize this isn't going to be like the secret sauce. Campaigning, I remember knocking on a door, and this guy in a really cool housing unit it's on the Glen Highway west of Turpin, and he's like, well, I don't really like it here. There's nothing going on here. I want to be somewhere else. So, I mean, if we build it, they may not want to come anyway. Other things I'm thinking about swirling in my head, it's going to be hard to measure your success because of labor shortages, national tariffs on building supplies, and all of those things are just making it harder. So we do have to move forward. But what I do want to say is that I've heard from so many people that homelessness is a housing problem. And the more I dig around in interacting with people around me, I would say that housing is mental health is the problem with a lot of our individuals experiencing homelessness. We could build as many apartments as we want, but if the individual would really rather live in the woods and thinks the CIA is after him, it makes it really hard, and nobody that's a landlord wants to rent to someone who might tear their place apart. So we've got two separate issues. We need a lot of housing. We need to get people housed like crazy, but we also need to keep our eye on the people who need support in our community in different ways. And then my last thought is, and you guys have been amazing rolling all these different, my head would explode if I was digging through all this. But I think I kind of wonder, if I was a builder, I would be wondering, okay, you think they're done yet? Or is there going to be a free pony coming? So, we want to make sure, if they're going to put in for the permit, they want to know that, this is the things we're doing this season, this is what we got going on, or are they going to stall and wait for something bigger? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, the Mayor, Mayor LaVrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for your work here. I urge members to vote yes. Lack of housing, and to Member Branga's point, that also includes supportive housing, is one of the biggest issues affecting our community, affecting our economy, affecting our workforce. We need 10,000 homes in the next 10 years to meet community needs. If we're going to get to 10,000 homes, we need to make it easier to build housing in our community. That means identifying current barriers and removing them, and that's just a fact. This pause on multifamily design standard does just that, and it fits squarely into our 10,000 home strategy. Within the remove regulatory barriers area of our strategy, we have a goal to make it easier to build more cheaply. This includes reforming design standards, especially when they discriminate against multifamily housing. This ordinance doesn't pause all building standards. Design standards are aesthetic. They don't affect life or safety. This ordinance doesn't allow multifamily housing developments in new or different zones. It only makes it easier to build where it's already allowed. And this is a pause, not a repeal. This is all about testing whether removing cost-adding rules helps build more housing get built. The most important thing is that this ordinance is part of a bigger lift needed to bring a lot more housing to our community, something that I'm very committed to and that our community needs. And I very much appreciate the Assembly's deep commitment to this goal as well. And it's very exciting, I think, tonight that there's an opportunity to take a big step in the right direction. So it's not the last thing we need to do together, but it's a really important step. And I just really thank you all for doing this work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think during the work session, we established this would have minimal to no impact on well and septic areas since they're not really conducive to multifamily housing. I was just curious, and I think I have my answer. Did the sponsors ever look at confining this to, let's say, city centers or transit corridors? And then the second question is, I hear that at AO they'll be coming forward around the area-wide rezone process, and do you know if that would affect this, or would it be best to wait for that to go through as far as the priorities? Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Yeah, thanks for the questions, Mr. Solt. So I'm going to answer them in inverse order. Any efforts on an area-wide rezone would only simply possibly change where multifamily might be allowed. And we don't know, as the mayor just said, it would be building where it's allowed. So if there is an area-wide rezone, the impacts of that would be just to update what could be built in those areas based on what you were upzoning, if that is in fact what the rezone is. Excuse me. As far as restricting this to one particular area, no, I didn't contemplate doing that in city centers, partly because we weren't concerned about doing multifamily 5+ units on well and septic. That's a really hard jump to make. And secondarily, because this is also for retrofitting buildings, we wanted to really have the broadest impact possible. I had asked the planning department, could you map out kind of where every pending project might be? And they said, well, that'll take us a while. And so really just doing this throughout the bowl really makes good sense so that we can catch that vacant and abandoned property that might be ready for rehab, that's 5+ units, or we didn't miss just by a block or two, let's say, some great opportunity a developer has in the pipeline that we weren't aware of. Thanks.
May I respond to that as well?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll echo the first answer I agree with. The second one, well, I also agree with, but I guess the way I looked at it is a lot of the work that I'm aware of around transit corridors, for example, or areas prioritized for development in our code, really the way to get more folks to build in those areas is with positive incentives, and I know that's generally what is being worked on in other projects. With this one, I think we should look at it more as known problems in the code that we are trying to alleviate the impacts of so that we can fix them, and I think that's the way to think about it. And so I would not want to put the city in the position of saying that, that you have to apply that code that isn't working in some areas and others you don't have to. I think that becomes arbitrary, and that is a concern. And so, again, I do think that we should be encouraging development in areas where we want more density, but I would look at those types of incentives differently than I do this ordinance. Thanks.
So I'm next in the queue, but Ms. Zalatow and I are working out a theoretical slight proposal. So I think what I hear from the folks who kind of were concerned after that last amendment was not knowing, and I've heard concerns about how do we define failure, what does it look like? We've put into this, if it passes, a working group, but maybe there's room to also require an annual presentation to the Planning and Zoning Commission, a report that comes to the Assembly that allows a public hearing so that members of the community council representatives, people who have concerns can, in fact, take their concerns about what's happening in their neighborhoods to a formal body and have a process by which they're heard. Because I think there's a way to square all of these concerns by adding at least some formalized steps. And so I don't know if that's completely out of the loop, but I guess that's first a question to the planning director. Do you think it's reasonable to do an annual tour to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a hearing so that we can get a report back through that process?
Chair Constant, I believe that would be possible, yes.
Okay, so Ms. Zalatow, do you think you would make that motion for me?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to make that motion. So it would be an amendment at section 4 on page 4, or if you want to just reference the Brawley-Zalatow amendment number 2, but I'm going to make it back into the right section because it's an amended document. Section 4, page 4, at the end of where the amendment ended, it says, the last sentence of our amendment says, the working group should report quarterly to the Assembly's Community and Economic Development Committee and submit recommendations by information memorandum to the Assembly agenda, comma, and here's the amendment, and present annually to the Planning and Zoning Commission during the paused standards period.
Yeah, so and the intent, of course, with that visit is for a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatow, seconded by Mr. Rivera. And I think, if you don't mind, I'll speak to it briefly just to suggest that I think that there's a way to harmonize all of these concerns, which is to ensure that the working groups have a public insight. People can see into the reviews that we're having at the quarterly reports that come forward by AIM, and then a kind of an update that comes annually to the Planning and Zoning Commission, so the professionals can take a look at it and have a chance to be heard, and the public can do that. So I would urge support to add this element to the proposal. And so is there discussion on the amendment? We have a queue for the main. I don't hear any discussion. Is there any objection to the amendment? I'm seeing no objection, so the amendment is adopted. Okay, now I have the queue. So I want to speak to this item. I have just a handful of things to comment about all the debates that we have heard. Words matter, and Mr. Rivera, you cued in to the word experiment, and it's an interesting word because it, like a lot of other words, causes fear. And I think that the word that I would use in place of the word I used last week is test. It's testing. It's putting together a program and seeing what it does by running reality checks. And so, to me, I would supplant that word that I used then as experiment because it's a loaded word to test. And interestingly, in the title itself, I'm not a sponsor, but have used a slightly different word, but I only came to this conclusion after hearing many people discuss it, and it's the term suspend. It isn't the right term. I think it's pause is the right term. We've heard that from the mayor. We've heard that from a number of people, but the word suspend is so loaded. And the word pause is like, we're just going to take a moment and look and see what this does. We're going to run a test. We're going to pause the code. And so, in a weird way, I think that words matter. And also, Mr. Rivera, you asked the question, how do I define failure? You didn't ask me that question, but I'm going to answer that question. Obviously, I think Ms. Brawley is correct that it's no housing is built. That's a failure. But there are probably a number of other failures. I think that this is where some trust comes into play with the development community and the department to ensure that plans are fully vetted and there's an approach that is reasonable, you could see a handful of development proposals that come in with no parking and 60 units and right up on the sidewalk, like with no setbacks. However the rules are being waived, there are probably ways that would become self-evident pretty quickly. Well, that's not good, and people would be complaining and you would have concerns kind of pouring out. And so it would be a volume of concerns. It would be really awful buildings that don't promote community. My experience in the last few years is developers don't play that game because their capital is at play, and they're the ones that are at risk if they don't build something that people are going to want. And so we have this ongoing conversation in which we continue to bring back the ghosts of development past, where we do have real, true examples of terrible developers who've done terrible things. And in fact, the harms that they've done to the city continue like ghosts to continue and perpetuate into the future, because a handful of folks who remember those days very intimately bring them up at every turn, and it stops any innovation from happening. And so I hate that those people did that to this town at that time, because they're still poisoning the well. And so I hope that the processes that we're engaging in can show through testing that developers these days play by different rules, and those rules are market driven, and the market says build reasonable products so that people can have a quality of life place to live, which is the goal of this project. And now I think, Mr. Voland, of your question about how does the site access project work with this pause on the zoning, and what I think of in that process is this, and where this last amendment came from, this working group. I don't just think that the working group is there to see what's wrong, what's broken. They're also there to see what's working and what's good. And in fact, it could be an incubator of great ideas, a womb of creativity in which these people get together and say, hey, why don't we try some of this year? Which could then incorporate elements of the site access, even if it's paused and waiting. It can incorporate elements of the various conversations that are going to continue happening at this body. Right? The work is not ending when this passes. It has barely just begun. Things like something I read today, it was very interesting, out of, I think it's Cambridge, looking to tie density not to zones on maps, which lines on maps inherently offend me because of their history, but instead to the infrastructure available. Like, what a novel concept to say density where the water and sewer could support it can go to this level. Just, you know, these things aren't crazy. It's difficult to navigate how to make that system, but the working group can actually come up with elements within the process to help raise the kind of the green shoots of what is possible, the future buds of great housing. So then, Ms. Bronco, you mentioned abundant housing is the key, but we need supports for mental health, and I am squarely in that universe. It is my professional job. I agree, and the single largest nonprofit developer of housing units tells us we need to do this. They're the people who put into housing the most challenging to serve individuals in the state. And so they're the ones who maintain the housing units. When it gets destroyed, they're the ones who help bring the services in to provide an environment in which the person stays instead of goes and chases the voices or waits in the waiting room for behavioral health services on the streets of our town, the cruel system that we have. And so the people who provide those very services are here right now asking us to do this. Let us do it for them. So I think for my part in all of this, this is a modest change. It's a test of our system. It's a pause of the rules to see if we can come up with a better way. It's a working group to improve. It's a way to harmonize a lot of these conversations, and I strongly request you support it. Mr. Martinez, you have not spoken.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be hopefully brief in my support for this particular action tonight, but I wanted to give a couple of comments. First, I'll start off with, you know how much time it takes when we hear so many small things about design? I remember sitting with the home builders, challenging them to start to swing for a different type of fence, because essentially legislative time on these small things are real time away from fundamental challenges of the city for small aesthetic design challenges that are going to change no character of communities. And so many meetings about that. So one of the rubrics for success, Chair, would be for me to have the home builders building and not complaining about the small things as often. Eric Visser agrees, so we put a thumbs up to that. Those are the sorts of things that I think we can hear from when the home builders are talking. And when they're working, we can see that success. But Chair, I also wanted to go back to your frame of the experiment. Good people can make mistakes, Chair. Fundamentally, we are living with the failed experiments of the past. People projected a future with growth. People projected a future where they had to restrict housing because they weren't sure everybody was going to come rush up here. Alaska was going to be the big gold rush for everybody, and there was going to be so many people coming. We were projecting the growth of schools where ASD was still holding on to property up until this year because they were projecting the need to increase in population. But Chair, as I think about that failed experiment, I don't think about us right now essentially creating a new experiment. I think of us pausing for the review of the experiment that we've inherited, giving us the opportunity to see the Vissers of the world stop calling us all the little things because they're just calling us to say, hey, we got a new development. Look how many more units we've added. So I'd love us to essentially, I think your word of a test, I think that is a good thing. We are pausing for review to test what will happen when we unleash and get out of the way a little bit more. And I think that's a fair way to assess this particular time. And I'll just go to another point. Anchorage is a beautiful city and a wonderful place, but it's not because of the buildings. No one's coming here because this is a sexy architectural city. It's not the place for it. The beauty in our city is not in the buildings. It can be. Sometimes it is. But it isn't. And to the person that had an old building, the 52 Airport Heights, I have a 61 ranch. I know about the cold breezes. But the people, I remember asking folks, what makes Anchorage beautiful to you? And consistently, because no one can point to the architecture and say, yeah, this is what we did in this era. And you got the T1 buildings, you got all sorts of spread out and sprawl. Consistently, it's been the people, Chair. People say, I stay in Anchorage because of the people. The diversity, the beauty of the people, the opportunity to build with each other, knowing that we've chosen to be here on the edge of the frontier, the edge of the cliff, if you will. When it hits the fan, we're the only ones we have, Chair. So if the beauty is in the people, then I don't really necessarily care what the next building looks like. I want housing so that we can house those beautiful people in our city. And I want the housing so that other people can say, wow, that's a city with beautiful people. I want to be one of those folks. And if we have the housing to do that, then they'll come here. But they're not going to track and say, oh, they're building that building with that particular overhang. That's where I want to be. So if we get out of the way, build housing, let our beautiful population of diversity shine and be the call for folks to come here. I'll be supporting this today, but Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on it.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep it quick. As I wrestled with this, I was mindful of the risks that if we take this pause that we may see ill-designed, ill-conceived, poorly executed projects, and then we're stuck with them for a generation. So I am mindful of that. But I had to weigh that against the reward of actually seeing a developer, multiple builders come to us and say, with this tool, there are projects that will move forward and there will be more units built. And I found that very tangible and meaningful as reward. I think often when we sort of contemplate these changes, it seems to come with these vague aspirations that if we do it, maybe it might lead to a thing. This gave us something pretty meaningful to latch onto that. As I weighed that risk-reward calculus, swayed me to the side of thinking that this is worth taking a bit of a chance on, although I certainly look forward to seeing how the process plays out. But I guess with that, perhaps, I hope that the building community takes this perhaps as a mandate or a challenge to use these tools and to try and use them effectively. hopefully show us that with this you are getting more done, you are getting more housing built, and you're doing so in a way that seems thoughtful and does not bring forward some of the harms we're worrying about. So my hope is that as we look at this down the road, we find the benefits outweigh the harms. So I'm hopeful for what this might do. That being said, despite all these things that I feel good about here, I'm still a no, just because I do feel strongly about the process by which we go about these things, and it just does not sit well with me. But I wanted to just kind of put that out there, that even though that's going to be my vote here today, I still feel positive about what might come out of this ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is my last major piece of housing legislation. Whew, you guys sighing, you big breath of relief. But why I wanted to say that is these pieces of legislation are not easy. There is only so much political capital each one of us has. There's only so much capacity each one of us has. I brought forward the home initiative. That took a lot. This conversation started back in July of 2024, and I doggedly pursued it with, we talk about public-private partnerships on the capital side. This is a public-private partnership on the policy side. This has been very collaborative. But if we want to continue to make housing change, housing reform through policy, we want to see 10,000 homes in 10 years, we want to move forward with the Assembly's housing action plan, we've got to put in the work. None of this comes easy. And I will tell you, I feel like I've shouldered my share of the work on this body, and it's been a privilege to do so. But none of these come fast. These are all multi-month projects that take considerable effort, considerable community outreach, and none of it is, Title 21 is hard. It is so hard, but it is so much at the core of what drives this thing, this housing crisis we have in Anchorage. And it's only one piece. Someone needs to jump into Title 23, someone needs to jump into the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. So what I'm encouraging you all to do is, one, vote yes on this, because this is a big piece to that, but also figure out where you can jump into this. This is better for the collective effort. It is better for all of our efforts working together to do this work. I even, when the chair spoke, heard him say, modest change, right? Let's not lose sight of the collective impact of all of the changes. And I forgot to mention or shout out the vacant and abandoned property investment as part of those changes we have made. And so I challenge you all to keep the momentum going and put in the work to do this, because it's not easy. I will say that the housing policy work is some of the hardest work I've done on this body. So I'm getting a little nostalgic. I'm going to have to just put up with that for a little bit. But I think it's also some of the most important work. So I hope you can vote yes on this, because this stuff is really, really important. It can feel very technical, like it may not matter, but this is what will change our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. And I could not resist the opportunity to say once again on the record, the hardest thing about changing Title 21 in this community is changing anything about Title 21. And I think this process has shown this. Every other discussion we've had has shown this, and it will continue to be the case. But I look forward to continuing to engage in the planning process, in updating our plan, really stepping back and having those big picture conversations. And then hopefully, if we can spend some time and effort on that, and I know there's already work underway to do that, then we can come back and really tell the why of why these code changes are important. Because I think that's, in our urgency to get these things fixed, sometimes that gets lost. And so again, I urge your support, and thank you again for a great debate.
Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-2, and the youth member votes
Yes. Yes.
Yes. AO 2024-104S as amended has passed the body. Now we'll roll back to E10E12 since we have the final version amendment before us. This next item is not a public hearing item. It's from the consent agenda. So item 10E12 is AR 2025-54, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly relating to appropriations, providing an additional appropriation of $300,000 from the area-wide general fund to the Assembly for fiscal year 2025. This item was pulled by Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, and I think we already have a motion to approve on the floor.
I don't.
Oh, okay, so move to approve.
Moved by
Yes.
Ms. Alatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Okay.
That's the S. You got that right? Move to approve the S.
There's an S version.
Yeah.
The S version.
I'd go ahead and move Zalatel Amendment number 1.
All right, so motion to amend by Ms. Alatel and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the item itself is just moving some of our funds in our budget forward to do work, and they were explained in the AM, but the AM is not our appropriating document, and so if we're going to make the appropriation, we really need to just say from the from to the to. So this is where the money is moving to specifically. And so that's why we have this amendment. So it indicates how much it's moving and into which buckets or cost centers within our branch and what it's for. It just was a little bit of a disconnect between the AR and the AM. So I hope you can support the amendment. Thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment? I'm going to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. I would like to speak to
Mr. Constant.
the red meat of this item. So as Ms. Alatel said, that the $300,000 is moving forward project funds from last year to this year so that those projects can continue. But there is an additional appropriation. It's actually a move of $20,000 from our budget to the Department of Law. And the purpose of that is so that we, working with the Department of Law, can provide a reasonable stipend for potential law clerks who we're trying to recruit to come work for the Department of Law, the Civil Division, the Criminal Division, and the Assembly Counsel Office. Historically, we've been unable to hire because we offer $2,000 for an entire summer for an intern. And this would raise the number to a little bit higher than that, I think roughly a livable wage, if we get this number and we have 5 hired. And so the municipal attorney asked when I proposed this if we would want to run an intern that we would have or interns through their program, and I said of course we would. It would be very beneficial to the potential candidates to get the full breadth of the legal experience at the municipality, while at the same time we want to make sure that the team in Assembly Counsel's office gets some help directly and they can learn the legislative process. And so this methodology would take these funds, expand what we can pay interns, hopefully get some aggressive recruiting. I've already recruited one in, and get them hired so that we can have a pipeline built for new municipal attorneys to come work for the municipality in the future. And so that's kind of my take on why this is super valuable and important and different than the original version. So any further discussion? Seeing none, then members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2025-54S as amended has passed the body. Go forth and prosper, Municipal Attorney Gardner, in partnership with Mr. Hurt over there. Okay, so next we have before us Item 13C. 13C is AO 2024-123, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, and the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Hydropower to execute and enter into 3 agreements pertaining to the municipal public water supply and the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project Fish and Wildlife Program. Ms. Alatal.
Thank you. Move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of March 18th.
Second.
That's a public hearing, so I should have opened the public hearing, but that's okay. Right, I should have opened it again tonight, but that's okay. Move to continue by Ms. Alatal, second by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Alatal.
Thank you. We have ongoing settlement discussions with the utilities, and so this gives us some time to continue those. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I support postponement, but I guess I would just ask maybe if members, the clerk, could just hold on to the documents we have here, since it's several hundred pages, that we don't have to print it out again in March, perhaps.
Oh, that was the packet. Yeah, so probably what's coming forward is a substitute version, but hear your concern.
I tried.
I wonder if we might, since the request was made, figure out a way to post a cover with a link and host the document on a link. So to the agenda team, the request would be that we do that. We find a place to host the link as opposed to bury all those pages. Print all those pages. So thank you.
I will hold on to this, and if yes highlights where the changes have been, I will just go back through it then.
It will do that. And so hopefully the next time the clerk will authorize us to just print one page with a link, since we've printed this a few times. Thank you for that feedback. Ms. Braga.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question it was a lot of looking through. I'm kind of in this, I'm not positive at this point exactly what the amendment would be, but I guess what I'm saying is this, I don't even know what this does.
Right.
So that makes me human, I don't know. I really tried to read through, and I know that we are trying to get the pump portal thing, and so anyway, is there going to be further work session on it? And I also, I was really curious, and administration said they would try to help me out, is exactly, I feel like restoring fish to the river is certainly an important and worthy goal, and one that is a commitment to our Eklutna sister group, sister council. But I'm wondering what we've put in money-wise on this, the legal, and is there a way to find out exactly what the spend is on this? Because I am concerned, because it has been, we've been working this a lot. And I looked at the 8 bridges and that the AWU would put in, and I don't even know if that's the final, we would need 8 bridges for the pump up storage thing.
Yeah, so I'll just say that the elements of construction that are contained within the documents you've received are the elements required under the original proposal that's moved its way through the governor. And so there's no additional capital elements at this time. There's a study being conducted right now that will put forward a proposal for, if it's feasible, the pump storage hydro concept, which will come back to us once the design is done, but probably not until later at the end of the year. But I think what I'm hearing you say, and I think it's a reasonable request, is update, probably in an executive session, kind of legal strategy and update on costs, where we are. And that's a perfectly reasonable request, because this is a very complex set of questions. And we have, I believe, a counteroffer going back to the utilities soon. And so it would be germane at some time, probably later, early March, probably we could figure out a time when we could have that briefing. And so probably, what date we put this to the 18th, so before this comes back before us.
Thank you. I just felt as I was reading it, didn't we vote on this? And so I'm really thankful that, we're going to hear more after we get an update on it. Yeah. And it actually gave me an opportunity. I got lost in a deep dive of the Anchorage Library Archives looking at up Eklutna this weekend. I don't know. I want to understand more about that whole region and how it has changed from when the first dam was put in. And so anyway, it was interesting. Thanks.
All right, yeah, so more information coming. It's germane for a legal briefing sometime in the not too distant future because there have been some developments. Our position is evolving. Okay. And yeah, I don't want to get into it here because it's an open legal question. Anyone else? All right, so with that then, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of 3/18 has passed the body. We'll find a time for an executive session or legal briefing. Okay, so next we have item 14A. 14A is AO 2024-130, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 9 to prohibit pedestrians crossing the roadway outside of marked and unmarked crosswalks. Public hearing on this item is now open.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
All right, there's a motion to postpone indefinitely by Mr. Martinez, a second by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Without getting into the merits of this discussion today, is my understanding that the administration is waiting for a report from APD to be produced regarding data that supports this particular item. That data is not available now. There's no foreseeable time when the data would be available, potentially at some point later in the year. And so rather than postponing to a time certain, I'd say we postpone this item indefinitely. If that data does come back and this action item is ready to bake at that point, then I recommend that members bring it back. But today, that's where my position is.
All right. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank the administration for bringing this forward, and I'm looking forward to seeing a more comprehensive plan for how we're going to address pedestrian safety and public safety in general. And I think it was the intention that this was a part of that plan. So I appreciate bringing it forward. I support the motion to postpone indefinitely and look forward to the conversation of how this and other items in the future can improve public safety and particular pedestrian safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to follow on to Member Martinez's point. Actually, it's more about the data collection capacity that, APD is working on. I do want to say that, I recognize that every person here on this dais cares very deeply about public safety, and that we all want to do everything we can to promote safety for everyone who is out and about, especially pedestrians who are at a really big disadvantage when it comes to collisions with vehicles. There are multi-lane highways that run through the municipality, and we get a lot of months of darkness. And, I also want to recognize that when crossing at marked, lit, signalized intersections, pedestrians need to be on full alert. It's even more dangerous when crossing at unmarked locations where drivers can't always anticipate pedestrian behavior. We have major infrastructure issues that we need to fix to truly make it safe to get around the municipality. And in the meantime, I don't want to give anyone the false impression that it's safe to be a pedestrian here or that drivers will be able to stop in time. And I understand that members have different views on this AO and this approach, and I appreciate that. And that more time and collaboration is needed to make sure that we're doing everything we can. Whatever the outcome tonight, we will continue to prioritize the work towards achieving Vision Zero here at the municipality. And I invite every assembly member to join me and work together in making sure we're doing everything we can to prioritize public safety. I know there's a feeling that our streets and trails aren't safe, and I'm committed to exploring a variety of tools to make it safer to live here. And so I appreciate your thoughtful consideration, and I also appreciate the work with Member Solt and others as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Solt is in the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I once again missed the opportunity to jump in and what's the will of the body. I expected public hearing on this, so I was a little late. I'm obviously against postponing indefinitely. I'd rather see a date certain and just continue to kick the can down the road until the data comes forth. You know, this AO was originally written when I was traveling back to Alaska on a plane and had heard that we had lost yet another citizen to a vehicle-pedestrian interaction. And in my mind, something had to be done. And I'm not pretending this is the end-all, be-all solution. However, it seems like a good place to start. You know, back on August 8th of 2023, we passed and approved AO 2023-65S1, which, among other things, effectively permitted pedestrians to cross the roadway outside of marked or unmarked crosswalks. The very next year, the following year, 2024, 15 pedestrians were struck and killed by a motor vehicle. 14 while crossing the roadway in the municipality of Anchorage, which surpassed the total number of pedestrian deaths statewide in 2023. So in 1 year, we blew away the state record. The preliminary results or review says that 11 of these collisions occurred on a major roadway outside of a marked or unmarked crosswalk, with 3 of these occurring within an unmarked crosswalk. So in a perfect world, we're talking 11 lives here in 2024. That's what we're talking about. This AO simply reverses part of our August 8th decision, reinstating that you'll cross at right angles. Makes sense, otherwise you're running down the street. It reinstates that a crosswalk or signalized intersection must be used if one is within 150 feet. Walking 150 feet is all we are asking that could potentially save a life. If it's further than 150 feet, we're simply asking that you cross at right angles. The goal of this AO is to attempt to prevent fatal pedestrian motor vehicle interactions by reestablishing a culture of jaywalking not being accepted behavior in our municipality. I don't expect everyone to obey this ordinance. I do not expect APD, given current staffing levels, to be able to effectively enforce this AO. A quick search shows that a counter-argument is that enforcement of this AO is punitive against the BIPOC community. Again, I'd like to see the data, and I think that's what we're waiting for is the data. I appreciate that. And if proven so, then I would argue that addressing the culture with an APD would be the right place to focus on the root cause of poor enforcement. Because I can pretty much guarantee 100% that a car doesn't think twice about the community of the person it kills. That's what I'm trying to do here. I do hope this AO is a step forward to reestablishing a culture to encourage our citizens, friends, neighbors, and children to act and demonstrate the right behaviors that will save lives. If we can prevent one life from being lost between now and when we get that data, I think it's worth it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. The queue is hot. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I originally supported walking back or making it decriminalizing jaywalking. And I really know that our police department does not have the capacity to even enforce, and it seemed like just a simple thing. And I, in my heart of hearts, know that most of the people that we have seen jaywalking may not even be aware that we've made it legal to do that now, and they're just doing what they do. But I can't help but feel a little sick I had an email earlier in the summer from a woman who lives in actually Member Volan's district, and she said that her and her daughter had never seemed to have a trip home at Northern Lights in Minnesota that they have not encountered somebody running across Northern Lights. And she said it's terrifying, and she has a daughter that's a new driver, and she just begged that we do something about that. And then, there were several other instances where people emailed about it, and I'm like, well, they don't even know about it. But I also think we do really have a responsibility. It would be, even though that we're saying that the cars need to be more respectful of the pedestrians, if someone runs in front of your car, that is a life-altering moment, whether you are the pedestrian or the driver. And I think anything that we could do to maybe walk some of it back. This summer, it was amazing, just the incredible acts of poor pedestrian behavior that I was seeing around the city. And I was hearing from other people the same thing, not just not crossing at right angles, but walking down the middle of the road. Now, I feel like, and I might ask for clarification from Chief Case, if someone is behaving very poorly in the street right now, there is something that they could get a ticket for that anyway. Is that correct? Like, it's unsafe behavior?
Point of order. Mr. Rivera. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this line of questioning, but I'm wondering if this is germane to the motion before us.
So,
which is difficult.
Right. It's very much a gray area, and I think that the answer ultimately comes down to what does it take for the person to make the decision to vote yes or no, right? And so Mr. Gates and I and Mr. Hurd have kind of walked around in circles on what are the limits around the debate relating to the motion to postpone indefinitely. And it's hard, right? And so, especially considering we haven't had a public hearing and it feels like we're suddenly into the debate mode on the question. And so I think members have to judge for themselves on how close they get to that line. But I think as the chair, I have to respect the members' right to tell you what they need to make their decision. Ms. Branca.
So are you able to answer that question? Thank you.
Through the chair, Member Branca, yes, you are correct. There are other things that somebody can be cited for if they're obstructing traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Chief. Is that your question? All right. On to the queue, Mr. Martinez.
Hey, Chief. Come on back, please. Thank you. So I just wanted to highlight that. For example, it was articulated that someone running out in front of your car, for example, just randomly jumping off of a curb. Is that legal today?
No, sir.
It's illegal today in our current standards. So they could be cited today if someone's randomly jumping across the street recklessly today.
Yes, sir.
So jaywalking that's not jaywalking then.
It's a different code section, sir.
Different code section. So we technically have the ability to stop crazy pedestrian activities on the roadway today. When I think of jaywalking, I think of crossing a street, and we're titling crossing the street at non-intersections as jaywalking. So I think of it in that way. It doesn't imply the behavior of the pedestrian. The behavior of the pedestrian is covered in other sections of code that talks about recklessness, for example. Is that fair to assess?
That is fair.
Right on. And furthermore, it's been communicated that jaywalking somehow without the data, because it was articulated that we do need more data, but without the data it was also articulated that lives could be potentially saved. And so the question I have though is, do you have a sense, having done the investigations of these crashes, had there been a high degree of substance-related issues with any of these crashes? Were there intoxicants, inebriation, or were these just standard run-of-the-mill jaywalking folks that got hit by vehicles?
Through the chair, Mr. Martinez, Member Martinez, I would say that there's some substances that have been involved in these pedestrian fatalities.
Would you say it's a high percentage of the fatalities that have had, or would it be like 10%, or would it be more than 50?
High percent.
Right on. So essentially, treatment, the capacity to help folks who are having substance abuse challenges on the street is more of a potential investment area for intervention, considering the laws we already have to protect for reckless pedestrian behavior? And I don't necessarily expect you to answer that. That's more of a policy frame, but that's what I'm reading from the data that suggests that there were some substances being misused or used with respect to the roadways and the incidents. And so thank you, Chief, for clarifying that. I hope that clarifies a little bit of why increased data, coordination, and a thoughtful process with the administration is more helpful at this day, and why I'm supporting the move to postpone. But Chair, I'll also articulate my concern to the mayor would be, in addition to the data that you're looking at with respect to the APD data, that we also really have a Vision Zero urgency of the inventory of the crosswalks, the unmarked crosswalks, and really getting us a sense of what we are dealing with respect to the state jurisdictions, the municipal jurisdictions, because it's my sense also that we're dealing with infrastructure challenges, that we don't have the proper pedestrian resources and infrastructure, and that leads to additional folks on roadways, not necessarily describing their behavior or necessarily making a link to actual incidents, but pedestrians on roadways creates a higher likelihood that there will be an incident, and so in the first place. So thank you, Chief, for answering those questions and for bringing that. It just reinforces my position tonight of making sure that we push this, postpone this indefinitely, and do the work to bake a cake that comes back with some better information and data. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I did support the initial change to decriminalize jaywalking, but then 2024 happened, and 15 people died, and we said this is a crisis. And I agree with that framing. It is a crisis. So I have a hard time when we say it is a crisis and we need to be ready to take drastic action, but then also to say that this piece of it, we don't even really want to contemplate it at this time. I have a hard time squaring those things in my mind. I think if it is that serious, and I believe it is, certainly we should be at least contemplating putting every tool on the table to try and address it. And in the conversations we've had already about how to reduce pedestrian deaths, we talk about changes to road design, speed limits, signalization, and I think all these things carry with them expectations about driver behavior. I think we're trying to continuously send the message to drivers that we want them to be attentive, to drive slow and safe. And I think that's fair. But there is something of a social contract between the drivers and pedestrians. And I think as we come to drivers with these expectations that they will be alert, engaged, and safe, it's also fair to say that we have expectations of pedestrian behavior as well. And so with that, I think this is a reasonable conversation to have about what can we ask of the people on the streets to also play their part in creating a safe environment. So I'm not inclined to support a motion to postpone.
Ms. Alatone.
Thank you. So I appreciate the conversation. Actually, the thing I appreciate most in the conversation today was that we are in a built environment that is very dangerous. So I'm going to encourage you all. We postponed 2 items tonight around, or set them for public hearing, on the Transportation Improvement Program and the Metropolitan Transit Plan. Especially in that TIP amendment, I challenge you to go look at it. It is dense. Go talk to Aaron at AMATS, he'll help you with it. But a lot of the changes proposed in that amendment go to pedestrian safety. It goes to, as you read it, it's non-motorized improvements, road diets, changing lanes, really working on non-motorized improvements again and again and again. I think that's where the work is being done. And then we'll have some vacancies on AMATS for policy committee members here soon, after April, FYI. So if this is something, again, that really spurs you to action, this is something you find very important, it is a lot like that conversation we just had about housing. You gotta dig into the details, you gotta get into these projects and make our policy objectives known. And we have an opportunity coming up but we have ongoing opportunities. These documents aren't static, they're living, and you get to weigh in. So I don't think recriminalizing jaywalking is the route to go. I think it's getting and putting the same kind of time and energy and attention into this work, which you may not see that project come to fruition for a while, but all of those projects will add up over time to literally change the landscape of our community. Thank you.
Youth Member Grady. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Boland, you were in the queue first, and then Member Grady. Go ahead, Mr. Boland.
Thank you. So I am going to be supporting the motion to postpone. And I appreciate hearing from the administration their desire to gather more of that data. I think that's going to be very helpful as we move forward and try to take a data-driven policy approach. In the study of medicine, one of the things that is drilled into us is that correlation does not equal causation. And so I think we have a moment here to be reactive and say, okay, because we removed two of the fines for pedestrian rights and duties, did that cause 15 pedestrian deaths? I don't think we know that. And I think we also need to look at how much this was being enforced prior to the original policy that we took. I also want to say that I'm very thankful to the administration, including our municipal traffic director, and their work in collaboration with DOT, aka DOT, to be responsive to this pedestrian crisis that we have, and to be responsive to the information that we requested from them via resolution as a body. And so I guess what I want to encourage is that as we continue to explore this question and have data to analyze, that the good work that is outlined in the multi-agency report that we have before us tonight, I believe Member Constant, or Chair Constant asked this to be available. This report is really great and has a lot of steps that we can take short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And also the work of the Vision Zero task force. So I guess, just want to say thank you to the administration for that work, and I hope we can keep some positive momentum there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Youth Member Grady.
I would just like to say that the area surrounding Northern Lights in Midtown lacks crosswalks. So many people jaywalk because they're using walking as a means of commute, and there isn't an alternative in the area. So I think areas like these that see a high volume of jaywalking would benefit from more crosswalks and other options for commuters without cars.
Thank you, Member Grady. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just wanted to note, I know we're using the term criminalizing, but just to remind folks, what we were talking about and what this ordinance would have done or would do is a $40 fine. And the data that we have is, and I went back and found it because it was in an information memorandum before, there was really enforcement of this probably once every 2 months, really, if you do it's about, I'm looking at numbers like 3, 0 in a year. And so just to be clear, this was not doing, I think, what people thought it was. And I think it is a valid question to say, how do we make sure the roads are safer? How do we encourage safer behavior? But I just think we should be super clear about how this was or wasn't doing something, because I'm not interested in putting things in code that just make people feel better. I'm hoping that we can do things that work. And so, looking forward to continuing the discussion, lots of things we can be doing on all sides, and hopefully we can postpone this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I just put myself briefly in the queue to say, Mr. Boland, you suggest you don't think we know that the pedestrian deaths weren't caused by this code change. I think we know. I'm willing to go out on a limb to say we know it wasn't this code change. In fact, the leading into this code change in the face of all these amazing recommendations that the report started to sort through was just disheartening, because so much of the problem needs to be addressed, and we all recognize it, but this gives folks like an easy feeling like we did something when it doesn't do anything, when it hasn't been enforced in a year or twice or 3 times, not every 2 months, like once every 3 to 4 months, like if at all. So it was not a factor. And so by suggesting that the changing of the code created a free-for-all where people were suddenly running through the streets into front of cars, it's like, it is not what it is. Anyhow, so I support the motion to postpone and definitely come back with elements within the context of the plan and study. I know that there's a big grant coming we heard about that's going to fund a lot of really good work in this area, and we will get there. So for my part, I'm in support of the motion. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly to touch on something there, and Chief Case, you can correct me here if I am wrong about the way APD uses some of these tools, but I will say as a former law enforcement officer who often drove down Northern Lights and saw people wandering back and forth across that street, knowing that there was code that prohibited people from crossing outside of the marked crosswalks did give me a pretext to stop them, contact them, safely get them across the road. I never wrote a citation for it because, frankly, I wasn't sure it was going to be that consequential, but by the fact that it was a violation did give me legal cause to detain somebody and move them safely across the street. So I don't think it can only be measured in terms of how many tickets are written. Not to say that we need to belabor that point here, and again, if I got something wrong, please stand up and correct me, but I think there's a little bit more to it than that.
I think that's an interesting place to end the debate. Members, there's no one else in the queue, may proceed to vote. Motion is to postpone indefinitely.
Member Salt?
No.
Crazy. On a vote of 7-4, AO 2024-130 has been postponed indefinitely. I think we'll take a quick break and then we'll dive in and hopefully marathon through the last items on the agenda. So about B. 14B is AO 2025-2, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage amending Anchorage 2040 land use plan map, designation of 2 lots containing 0.45 acres from compact mixed residential, medium residential mixed use development and transit supportive development corridor to town center for Moorhead subdivision number 2, lots 17 and 18, plat 70-202. Generally located north of the Abbott Road, east of Elam Street, south of East 88th Avenue, and west of Gollivan Street in Anchorage. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kate Sove. I'm the representative of the petitioner. The site in question is directly adjacent to the busy Collector Road, to the Collector Abbott Road across the street from Abbott Fred Meyer. This rezone is preceded by a history of similar rezones along Abbott Road going back to 2003, each of which are for properties that are surrounded by busy business districts. These rezones approved by this assembly show a clear pattern of change in the needs of the surrounding community. Despite attempts to sell the lots, no one has shown interest in building single-family homes here on this site. The parcels have remained vacant for the past 15 years. Redesignating the land use for the site would allow for desired infill development between a residential district and a major arterial street. Also, this proposed rezone was presented before the Abbott Loop Community Council in 2003 and in 2004. In both instances, the Community Council voted in favor of the resolution of support. With this in mind, it is my request that the Assembly votes in approval to amend the Anchorage 2040 land use designation from the site from compact mixed residential to medium town center, which would assimilate the site into the same zoning and land use as the land to the east, south, and west. And if anyone has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. No questions. All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Volan. Ms. Salatel.
Great, let's do it.
Any further? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'll just briefly note, because I remember this same area was things that we voted on, at least since I've been on the body. And I want to just make a note that in the documents with the planning Documents, there was some discussion about kind of what's in our plans and then what's actually happening. And I think the testifier also covered this as well, that this area has just seen some changing development over the last several years since those plans were made, and especially toward that being more of a busy commercial corridor. I think we've probably all driven that S-curve over by Abbott where this is. And so I think this is a great example of where we do not want to get in the way of development. I think the petitioner spoke to the reasons why it's hard to develop the land the way that it is currently zoned or the way that it's the designation is. And I think also just to emphasize, I think this particular area of the map is worth looking at again, because clearly there's a disconnect between what the plans say that we should see there and then what is actually happening and what people want to make there. So I think that, again, this is a great example of where it's incumbent on us to look back at the plan in the future, but also not get in the way of development. So I urge support. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-2 is passed the body. Next we have item 14C, AO 2025-4, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 0.45 acres from R5 low density residential district to B3 General Business District for Moorhead Subdivision Number 2, Lots 17 and 18, Plat 70-202, generally located north of Abbott Road, east of Elam Street, south of East 88th Avenue, and west of Gallivan Street in Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-4 has passed the body. Next we have before us AO 2025-3, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 21.05.050 commercial uses, definitions, and use-specific standards to allow connexes to be food and beverage kiosks. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Ms. Voland. Ms. Salatil? So, in the queue I have Ms. Voland.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is a great idea. I appreciate the planning department bringing it forward. There's all kinds of creative stuff you can do with these connexes, and I think just from a placemaking standpoint, this could allow some really cool things to happen in our community. So, yeah, appreciate this. Happy to support it. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just adding, based on the documentation in our packet, this was actually something that was changed, allowing this was changed in 2019 in building code and our health code already, so this really just brings zoning code up to where we were in 2019 and those other codes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. And I would just note that I remember when we had discussions about allowing, I think by conditional use, the AK Alchemist to do kind of this, and it was quite a hot conversation with the planning department, and it's interesting to see it come full circle now and kind of become contemplated as an allowed use. With that, anyone else? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-3 has passed the body. Next we have AO 2025-5, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 24.25, emergency snowfall proclamations, obstruction of snow routes, and snow removal. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel.
Second.
Who is the second? Mr. Martinez. Seconded by Mr. Martinez. Any discussion?
Just briefly, I blame this ordinance for the lack of snow. When we plan for emergency snowfall, we get no snow. So, but I appreciate the forethought and getting ahead on it. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question And so I support this, and I know we got a briefing on what this is. And I also know that in code, we don't put kind of all of our, communication plans, because it's really what is required. But just wondering if maybe the municipal manager could speak a little bit, because I know we already asked people to move their cars when there's plowing, and that usually doesn't happen, at least on my street, and it's not me, so just to say it's others. But just what is the kind of thought around communication and really kind of setting public expectation as this gets implemented, if and when we do have snow? Thanks.
Through the chair to member, probably it's a good question. And so you're right, that you're correct that the minimum standards are set forth in the ordinance itself, talking about the public notice page of the municipal website, press release, print media, television, radio, news outlets. But we certainly, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we're communicating even more fulsomely than that. So we've talked about trying to tie this into our overall communications efforts around muni.org/plow. And I would be interested in us exploring potentially how we might have the maps that we're using on that website kind of line up with where roads that we might delineate as snow routes on a standing basis, and then to make sure that we're having specific targeted communication if we decide to delineate other specific roadways in a targeted event where we have areas of town which are a particular concern. But it's certainly something that we're mindful of going forward, because we will need to provide advance notice before we're asking people to move vehicles or otherwise towing them. And I had one note, there is an S version to the ordinance, and I realized I think the motion was to approve the original version. There's two tiny changes. One was a change in title to acknowledge that this is actually a winter weather event. The tool as created in the code does provide for it to be used in the event of an ice event and a snow event as redrafted. So we just changed the title to be more fitting. And then we had a question from the member of the public about the use of gates in the ordinance, and offered a slight clarification about what a gate is, so it was clear that we weren't talking about road gates, but we're in fact talking about gates on snow graders.
All right, so to the movers.
Yeah, move the yes.
And the second is Mr. Martinez. It's all good?
Yes.
All right, so then thank you for catching that, Ms. McPherson. And all right, Ms. Branca.
So that's what I was going to ask. I thought I saw the major winter weather instead of snowstorm, and does the title need to reflect that too? I'm not seeing it, or maybe it's the next version down, no? The memory at random. So the title itself, does it need to say obstruction of winter routes instead of snow routes, or any amending to that need to be done?
So I am of the opinion that it doesn't actually change the substance meaningfully. It's just a titling issue. Like if it were an amount, or if it substantively changed the output of what we were doing, it would need to be renoticed. But at this point, it's just a lexical thing as opposed to a substantive thing, in my opinion. Anyone disagree over on that side of the dais?
No, Mr. Chair, I believe the convention is generally to use the title of the code that's being amended, so that has actually not changed. Like the title in the ordinance title is the current title of the code section that is being amended, so it provides notice that is the title that is being amended, and the title of it actually was slated to change from the outset in this because it's edited in the first section of the ordinance.
Yeah, I agree, and ultimately the move that's being changed is substantively as noticed. So, all right, anyone else? I think, I would only add before we move that I hope we get to the point, again, I'll say it until I'm gone and probably keep saying it, that we come up with a networked cell phone-based notification process for folks in their neighborhoods when the snowplows are coming through. I am fortunate enough to work at home many days, and I can hear the plow truck coming, the grader, from about 3 blocks away, and I end up running, putting on sweatpants, putting on my shoes, getting into my car, moving my car just in time as they come scraping by. And it would be amazing if I got a note that said, hey, tomorrow we're coming through. Here's your text, nixle, rave, whatever you want to call it. And then people could really participate in the snow management of this city meaningfully, and not just, because printing in the ADN is not going to do much, because we're all right here now. So maybe ads on ADN. So anyhow, thank you, everybody. If there's no further comments, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2025-5S has passed the body. Next we have item 14F, 14F is AO 2025-6, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly designating Alaska Native Heritage Center located at Tract 1 of Siri Glen Subdivision, 8800 Heritage Center Drive in Anchorage, the Anchorage Local Landmark Register. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. There you go.
Hi, my name is Greg Stewart. I am the Director of Grants for the Alaska Native Heritage Center. I live in the Spenard community, but I work in Northeast Anchorage, where the Heritage Center is located. I just want to urge the Assembly to pass this ordinance. I hope you all had the chance to read our lengthy nomination form that is associated with this ordinance, but if you're not aware, the Alaska Native Heritage Center has been around for quite some time, and we are quite a historic institution. While our facility opened its doors to the public in 1999, our real organization has its roots that are much deeper than that. The efforts to found the organization reach back to the 1970s, and we were really passed and kind of formalized as an institution through a resolution at AFN that was passed in 1987. That effort was led by a statewide coalition of Alaska Native community members, which had a core leader of Paul Tiulana, who spent a lot of his time and effort really advancing the mission of the Heritage Center before it was even written as we all operate under it now. His efforts to preserve and strengthen Alaska Native cultures was core to the history of Anchorage. He used to come and actually perform and teach the members of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, and that was a large part of his effort to essentially found the organization through the statewide coalition. If you're not aware of the full details of our history, the organization was actually put to a kind of public vote based on a land issue that occurred through the planning efforts that predated our organization before we opened our doors. For quite some time, there was consideration for the Heritage Center to be founded in the Campbell Creek tract, where there's the Campbell Airstrip Park now. Unfortunately, that issue was hotly debated both in the press, in the public, and in the courts, in many places, and we were ultimately pushed out of that location where things had been planned for many, many years to now be located in Northeast Anchorage. We were lucky to have the benefactor of Cook Inlet Region Incorporated who provided the land where we are now located. And so that's just some of the history that details out kind of how we came to be and the relationship we have with the municipality and the residents of Anchorage. And so I just wanted to really emphasize and highlight some of those key points as you all take this under consideration. Our work now obviously spans far beyond just the doors and the location of the facility in Anchorage. We are a statewide organization. We operate programs throughout Alaska. We host visitors from around the globe. We host dignitaries from around the globe. We've had a number of historic events that have happened at the center over the course of our kind of lifetime so far, including, proclamations from the governor, meetings with officials from the state and federal government. We try to host the delegation every year. So there's some effort that happens that has historic value that's contributed into the municipality of Anchorage pretty much every day that we're in existence at this point and throughout our entire history as an organization. So really just urge the Assembly to pass this ordinance and help us be the first on the municipal register of historic places. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Crystalline Lemieux. I live in the Abbott area, and I just want to say thank you all for supporting our community. This is my first meeting, so it's been pretty enjoyable. I ask that you support the passing of this. As you heard, the Alaska Native Heritage Center offers our visitors, international and national, the opportunity to participate in cultural tourism. And you all have the opportunity to create a historic site honoring our past elders who worked on this initiative. And this not only created a cultural space, but it also creates the economic benefit to the Anchorage municipality. By providing this historic site, it does bring in more cultural tourism. And so another thing to keep in mind is part of that economic boost is for the last 20 years, we've had a summer youth internship program. Oftentimes, that is the first job that a lot of Alaska Native youth in the Anchorage community, that's their first job. And so we also are building up our next round of future leaders and participating in workforce development. And so I just hope that you'll keep that in mind. And I'm going to try to keep it short because I know it's late. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yahalido Khatnatana Deniina Ashlanjida Ishi Benjamin Bolden E. I live between Kingetnu and Chomsnu. I am a member of the Knights Indian tribe, and I live here in Anchorage now on my sister tribal's land, the Ikutna. The Heritage Center is a historical site, and all we're asking for is recognition. I work for the Heritage Center. We help bridge the gap between our prehistory and our current history. I personally work in a program where we help young people build professional skills that are rooted in culture. The culture that we teach spans far further than the culture that is represented on the dais. We're not asking for permission. We're not asking for anything other than recognition. And I think that we deserve that. So Chikanet Gali, thank you very much. It's been a good meeting.
Hey, I have a favor to ask for the clerk. Would you go ahead and spell your name for us so we can put it in the record properly?
Yes. B-E-N.
Oh, come on.
B-A-L-D-W-I-N.
But your other name.
Yahalidu Katnutana Deni in Ishlanchida says that's hello, my name is Ben Baldwin, or I'm a member of the Knights Indian tribe.
Okay, thank you. I thought you said a tribal name. Perfect, Ben.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Just want to make sure we capture it. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Bryce Klug, and I live in South Anchorage, Huffman area. I'm the chair of the Municipality Historic Preservation Commission, and this evening I'm here partly fulfilling one of our roles is to be advisors to the Assembly, the Mayor's Office, the municipal departments, and other commissions in the matter of historic and cultural resources. One of our enabling ordinance that created the commission, one of our responsibilities was to create a local landmark register. And this body passed that in 2021. So tonight we're pleased the first nomination, Alaska Native Heritage Center, has been brought before you. And I wanted to just recap a couple highlights. When our commission passed the resolution sponsoring or promoting this nomination, some of the statements that were collected was, Alaska Native Heritage Center is dedicated to the promotion and preservation of all Alaska Native cultures from across the state. The center is a unique and significant cultural heritage resource that is to the benefit of all Anchorage and Alaska. And the facility embodies a unique and formidable history of its Alaska Native cultural landscape. So based upon that, on behalf of the Commission, I am requesting you adopt this or approve this Alaska Native Heritage Center for placement on the municipality's local landmark register. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard tonight on this item? All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, Jamie Lupus, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition, formerly Homeless. So I don't expect this testimony is going to change anybody's opinion on Alaska Native Heritage Center, and it probably should pass because it's a wealth of knowledge and history to the people that are here. But with that said, I'd say to channel Chair Constant, let's take a pause and discuss how we got here. So there was an abatement that was posted right up on Heritage Center Drive, and this was posted on December 13th. And I know many of you can't see this right now, but this is a huge plot of land right here. And you have Costco Business Center there, you have Alaska Native Heritage Center right here. And there was a camp. It was a speck right here. And so I got wind of this, and I basically went and I checked out that site. And it was a clean camp. You basically had 2 tents. You had 2 cars right on Heritage Center Drive. And I looked at it and I tried to understand, how was this thing getting abated? It did not run afoul of AO 2024-55S. And there was, a paved trail system here, but it belonged to the state. It was on state property. There wasn't any criminality or excess amount of trash. And so I couldn't wrap my head around it. And so I asked somebody that I knew, and I was just talking to him, this just seems wrong. And that person mentioned to me, oh, by the way, somebody from Alaska Native Heritage Center is on the board of ACH. And I was like, oh no, this one seems political. Was there horse trading involved? Were there political favors? I don't know, but this abatement seemed wrong. And so what ends up happening is I was just shaking my head. Then on basically January 1st, I was passing out food at Davis Park like I typically do almost every day. I did it from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. I was telling this story to a couple different people, and I ran into a woman, and that woman said I was there, and she was going to college. She can't afford housing. Her husband was there. Her basically brother and brother's wife was there, and along with her mother who has medical problems. And again, basically what ended up happening was a 10-day abatement. Right at December 26th, they pushed him out. Merry Christmas. And apparently they had the shed also as well with a glass door, and it just got busted in. And so that family basically ended up back at Davis Park when they were looking for a little bit more stability. To make this worse, so basically, skip forward, and I came to find out about this ordinance. And this seems like this was 6 months in the making with the planning and review process, and it was by request of somebody over here. And it seemed wrong. And then apparently a local news organization was over at Davis Park right around January 9th, 2 days after this, and somebody was asking about abatements. And what ends up happening then is they ran into this family and they started, talking. And ultimately what ended up hearing was basically a news blurb from APD, a captain, who basically said, oh yeah, abatements are wrong. So with that said, 10,000 houses in 10 years is a good thing. You have to keep people alive. And if you're not going to allow this camp to exist in the middle of the woods.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Basically, you need to find some place for people to go. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tasha Hotch. My Tlingit name is Jakusta, and I'm speaking on behalf of Anchorage Tribes Tlingit and Haida Indians of Alaska, representing 3,700 tribal citizens that live in the Anchorage area. And just to keep my testimony really short, we support the Heritage Center being added to the register. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard tonight on this matter? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Brawley. Who was the second? Mr. Martinez. So moved by Ms. Brawley, second by Mr. Martinez. You want to speak to it, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I'll just note, I want to amplify a couple things that the testifiers said. First, that this will be the first, assuming it passes in a few minutes, it'll be the first item on our local landmark, and local landmark registry of historic places, and I think that's really great. That's something that our community should celebrate. Not that there aren't other historic assets in town, but I also really want to appreciate what one of the testifiers, Mr. Baldwin, said, that you're not seeking approval, simply recognition, and I deeply appreciate the intent behind that. And I think what this is doing is really saying officially in our own documentation or our own structures what is already true, that it is a great place, that it adds a great deal to our community, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yeah, just want to encourage my colleagues to approve this. It's an incredible center. It's an incredible place. It's something that we all should be so proud of. And as we think about people that visit this place, we want them to come and visit there. But we also want people who live here and go to school here to visit there. It's a place that we all should be so proud of. And I'm glad you've come forward, and you certainly will get my vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. This is definitely a shining light on District 5. We love the Native Heritage Center and hope that this recognition will help bring more visitors to the center. A few years back, I celebrated my 50th birthday at the Athabascan Ceremonial House. It was so fun and just such a beautiful setting. And anyway, whenever I am there, I am just so impressed with the buildings and the art activities going on and the dancing, and it is definitely something you can all be proud of, and I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Chair, and quickly, thank you to our brothers and sisters from the Alaska Native Heritage Center for holding the space, for bringing this and being a part of our community in such a substantial way. Thank you to the members of the Landmark Commission and for bringing this forward as our first in the registry of our new registry. I'm appreciative of the opportunity and the privilege to be a part of this particular moment, but I'd also just leverage, I'm all about leveraging as best as I can. So to the administration, as you all know, I focus on the development of the transit supportive corridor of Muldoon and the Muldoon moment, as I call it. Well, about a year or so ago, I know I had a conversation, I think Member Brongo as well was involved in that conversation with the executive director of the Alaska Native Heritage Center around sidewalks and accessibility and connectivity into the corridor into Muldoon. And so hopefully this also puts a spotlight on not only the importance of the cultural destination, but of the economic infrastructure needed to support the growth of this particular institution, asset, and the entire corridor where it lives. So I hope we put the shining light on that, and I'll be proud to be supporting this tonight.
All right, and to the folks, I have no one else in the queue, the folks from the Native Heritage Center, I would kind of point you to kind of separately. There's an item back on the wall, item 10G9, that was postponed to a meeting in March 4th, public hearing. I recommend you look at it and read it, and maybe if you have any thoughts about what I'm thinking, send me an email. And so it's 10G9. So with that, I am strongly supportive of this item. I look forward to seeing it approved. If there's no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2025-6 has passed the body. Congratulations. We now have our first local landmark on the register. So good work. Next, we have item 14G. 14G is AO 2025-8, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title III Personnel Regulations to allow former municipal employees returning to municipal employment to be credited their prior years of service for purposes of determining their leave accrual rate. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. The S version, right?
Yes, the S version.
All right, thank you. So the S version is now before us. Want to speak to it, Ms. Salatel?
Give the...
All right, I'll do it.
You.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Since I kind of worked with the municipal attorney on this, I think it was kind of midsummer, the attorneys working for the municipal attorney were trying to recruit back. There were some challenges bringing them back. And the reality was a lot of longtime employees from the municipality were being brought back and told you have to start at the beginning employee leave accrual rate, which was a deal breaker for a lot of them because they spent a long time here and they're professionals, well developed in their field. And so what ended up happening, practically speaking, for those folks was that a lot of them were able to negotiate certain leave benefits that would kind of match their needs. But what we want to do here is continue on the work of making the municipality a place that is an employer of choice. And this would create that a person coming back to work for the municipality would accrue leave at the rate that would be based on their total years of service, not rebooting to zero when they start if they come back. With that, though, there is an amendment. I'm going to, before going to you, Mr. Johnson, we'll go through. Oh, it's on the amendment? Okay.
Move constant amendment number 1.
Thanks.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. And what the amendment does, practically speaking, there was an astute question asked at the work session, you know, what's the fiscal note on this? And when the initial thing was drafted, it was August of last year. And so a lot of time has passed, and the analysis came back that it could be a pretty high liability rate if we implemented it retroactive. And so what the amendment does is it eliminates the retroactivity and makes it just from today forward. That the employees who received employment agreements before kind of negotiated leave rates that were non-cashable and they have some benefits that it was worth coming back to them. But going forward, an individual who came back to the municipality would be able to begin accruing leave at the rate that they previously did. So that's what the amendment does. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Littlefield, go ahead. Oh,
I have a quick question. Thank you, Chair. The way I read this amendment, there's a 10-year clause in here. Can you explain that to me?
I can find the document. Hold on. So this, yeah, I see it. I think it just essentially says you have to have been employed in the last 10 years for it to be counted. I didn't draft the amendment, so anyone want to help me? Drafter on that, Mr. Hurt? Oh yeah, that's the S version language, right? But really what that does, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Hurt, the 10-year language, or maybe that's from the Department of Law, not Mr. Hurt. That's your team. So I think they put a cap on it. Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the 10-year look back is just if you come back to the municipality within 10 years of when you left, then you'll have your prior leave accrual rate restored.
Can I do a quick follow-up? I am questioning where the 10 years came from. Why 10 years? Why not 20? Why not 5? Just out of the blue, 10 years?
So, thank you. My understanding is that this went before at least one of the personnel boards that reviews personnel policies, and their recommendation was to put a limit on it to make it more easier, I think more appropriate, easier to administer, because there were, I think, different, potentially going back farther in time, different leave rates or some other complication that would arise if it were indefinite look back.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
You could do something right now. Okay, it wouldn't be objectionable to see something occur in that line. Ms. Braga.
This is just a question on, so if we decided that there may be too much fiscal effect to go back in time like a year ago if they jumped in, is there a possibility that people will quit and be rehired?
Yeah, so I kind of thought about that, and it's not so much that there would be too much of a fiscal note. That wasn't really the issue. It's that there are a number of complicating factors, like individuals were granted non-cashable leave, and so then they would have a double basis of leave accrual, and how do we unpack a bunch of individuals in that process to make sure that it was done fair and equitable. And so the reality was it just became too complicated. It wasn't too expensive. It just was too hard to kind of unpack. And so that was really the determining factor rather than cost, because the cost, when the numbers that I saw weren't actually so bad, it just was like, but then how do you accrue that to this person and that person and that person? Like, it just makes it easier to do on hire. It's streamlining for the purposes of management.
Appreciate the clarity.
Yeah. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Mr. Littlefield is shaking his head. So I think I too accepted that the language was sufficient. So on the amendment then, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion back before us as amended. Any further discussion on the item? Ms. Braga?
I just wanted to say there were so many examples in Anchorage School District of somebody leaving because of personal crisis and coming back starting at ground zero. And that's a way to kill future people coming back to your organization when you know you're going to be at the ground level again. So I think this is a great thing that we're doing, and I hope it brings us lots of employees.
Anyone else? So I would note that there are, this does apply to bargaining units, and so eventually it will go through that process, and these benefits are not just going to apply to executives. And so, but it doesn't apply directly. It'll have to be negotiated through some processes over time. And so just know that the intent is to see it roll out to all municipal employees. So in the short term, it just begins, but then it gets rolled out through the processes that exist with labor. So, okay, with that, anyone else? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2025-8 as amended has passed the body. Now we have before us 14H, AR 2025-30, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $1 million as a transfer from the 2024 Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund 151000 to the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Fund 601800, Maintenance and Operations Department to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. Any discussion on the matter? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2025-30 has passed the body. Now we have before us item 14I, AO 2025-19, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title I to insert a new Chapter 1.90 to create a single application for all municipal benefits and programs. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of March 18th.
Second.
Motion to postpone to March 18th by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. Any discussion on the motion?
Briefly, I'll speak to
Ms.
the
Zalatel?
motion. I had a good meeting with Mr. Falsey, Susie, and Brendan from IT and the I-team. So we're just working on making sure the implementation side of this can go, or if there's any tweaks or policy direction. But overall, all systems are go. Just want to take a little bit more time. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to March 18th.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Perez-Verdia?
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2025-19 has been postponed to the meeting on March 18th. Now I have 14J, AO 2025-20, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.15.090, 3.30.169, and 28.30.050 to vacate a municipal elected office upon assuming state or federal office and allow other municipal employees to serve in public office at the state level. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Is that Ms. Brawley? Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thanks. I'm not a sponsor of this one, but I do support it, and I just wanted to make note of the fact that if you look at the reverse, there are members who work for state legislators who serve on their local assemblies or equivalent. We have, to my knowledge, one currently and probably prior state employees who is serving on our school board. And so I think it's just important to note they are different spheres. There's reasons why they're separate, but it seems like we should have parity both ways and allow for folks to serve in state office as long as it is compatible or it works out with their employment. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I support what we're trying to do here. I think I just have a question. Perhaps you might help me out with looking on page 2 here, down in section 2, in under B, paragraph 2, it said, an elected official of the municipality other than the mayor may serve as a non-elected employee of the state or as an employee of the Anchorage School District. maybe I'm just not reading this right, sorry, it's late. Would this mean school board members could also be employees of the school district?
Which page and section again?
Page 2 of 3, section 2, and then I'm looking at paragraph B2.
B2. So it says, an elected official of the municipality other than the mayor may serve as a non-elected employee of the state or as an employee of the school district. What it reads to me is that an elected official of the municipality may work in the Anchorage School District. Is that an accurate read there, Mr. Hurt?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yep. So that's what that does.
So that does mean a school board member could also be an employee of ASD, because that does feel like it might be problematic.
No, an elected official of the municipality, that's interesting. I don't think that contemplates the school board. Is that a fair read? It could use some clarification.
Yeah, maybe if we want to give a little thought to how to clarify that. Rex, I mean, I think when we say an elected official of the municipality, we're probably, the intent is the
assembly.
The assembly. Yeah. Maybe we just substitute, say, a member of the assembly serve as a non-elected employee of the state or as an employee of the Anchorage School District, because, yeah, it doesn't sound like anyone's intent here was that school board members can also be employees of ASD.
I think that, yeah, as the sponsor, maybe I think the simplest action there is just to delete the whole line of or as an employee of the Anchorage School District. I'm going to wait for Mr. Hurt.
I mean, I would propose as an alternative, we could just take under, paragraph 2 here, we're talking about that first line, an elected official of the municipality other than the mayor, and just replace that with a member of the assembly. It says a member of the assembly may serve as a non-elected employee of the state or as an employee of the ASD.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So if you struck the underlined language as you've suggested, Mr. Chair, that would remove the possibility for an employee of ASD, so a teacher or say any kind of employee of ASD to serve as an elected official of the municipality. I believe what Member Johnson was suggesting would be to would probably be more in line with your original intent.
Can I just make an amendment then, and we can see if it achieves the intent?
Yep.
My amendment would be to strike from paragraph 2, starting with an elected official through mayor, take that out and simply replace it with a member of the assembly.
So there's a motion to amend by Mr. Johnson, and for the purposes of discussion, is there a second? Yeah, Ms. Zalatel seconds. So I think there's something a little screwy there still. Just the intent was to say that, I thought the intent was to say that an employee of the school district could, I don't know, I think at this point it is sausage making hour, so I think your amendment is fine. I'll go back to the queue. In the queue.
Mr. Chair, can we have a few minutes?
Sure. Why don't we take just a couple minutes? How about while you sort that out, we take care of the last item and proceed so we don't kind of hold that item off. If there's no objection, we'll proceed to item 15A, change order. I'm hearing no objection, so we'll go ahead and take up item 15A, Resolution AR 2025-42, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for S&K LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M37255 DBA Double Eagle Cannabis located at 2500 Spinard Road, Unit B. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Solotel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Voland. Any discussion on the matter? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2025-42 has passed the body. So, Mr. Hurt, you need a few more minutes? We can. I've got another item we can take care of.
Yes, please, just...
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and proceed to audience participation right now. Any other members of the public wish to be heard, come forward, please. Come on down. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You can talk on any item, or on anything. It's on.
Oh, it's on. Thank you very much. My name is David Earhart. I'm Airport Heights resident, 35 years there. Lifelong Alaskan. I grew up in Juneau. I'm recently retired civil engineer. Had projects from Ketchikan to Utqiagvik and then westward to Atkins-Diomede. Even had a few projects here in the municipality of Anchorage, commercial parks and rec. They were fun. And I also had several years in Malawi, Africa, on USAID projects doing rural water supply. Now, my comments are about the proclamation being read at the beginning of assembly meetings, specifically the proclamation's use of the term decolonization. Now, colonization refers to establishment of something to benefit that something. Now, decolonization is an aggressive term, referring to the removal of something, of that something. During the last ice age, 18,000 years ago, a sheet of ice went from the southern slopes of the Alaska Range out to the Gulf, from the Alaska Peninsula down to British Columbia. And our lands here in MOA were covered with hundreds and thousands of feet of ice. And about 9,000 or 10,000 years ago, this ice sheet retreated. And that's when colonization began. Plants, animals, and then finally, people groups. And the last non-European people group was the Dena'ina. Now, the business of the assembly includes bonding of roads, drainage, water sewer systems, schools, trailheads. And the assembly business is the business of colonization. MOA is both an agent and the result of colonization. My following questions are just rhetorical. Where does the assembly and the mayor get the authorization to decolonize? Who and what are going to be decolonized? I don't think you're talking about dandelions. Did you check with the state attorney general, ACLU, a constitutional lawyer such as Alan Dershowitz? Now, in conclusion, or I want to say this, is that really, it's really not, decolonization is not really a proclamation. It's a philosophical and political term, and it's more accurately described as a manifesto. And in conclusion, I want to say that the proclamation to decolonize is just plain nonsensical. It kind of reminds me of a dog chasing its tail. That's all I have. Thanks.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Come on forward.
Hello,
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Miss O'Neill, Eagle River. I do not represent any agency or organization, either private or government. Guns are a tool with a specific purpose, and that purpose is carried out dependent on the handler, and since handlers are humans and humans are by and large unpredictable, the outcome is determined by not only who is handling the gun, but also the life and death circumstances put into motion by the actions of all participants. Training helps with assessment, control, and the decision of what comes next in the midst of the scenario of all participants. This creates a myriad of possible outcomes and unknowns, created by not just two, but often more participants. Humans are capable of so much, but the ability of predicting, reading minds, or seeing all possible outcomes in a moment is not one of them. Neither is the ability to have complete control in life and death circumstances. You may post fact set forth the should-haves, but in the moment it all comes down to the basics. A weapon responds to a handler. A weapon brought, introduced into a situation, a decision must be made. Once a situation has been escalated to a finger near a trigger, and then if pointed at another human being, reality. The world is not what we wish it to be. The world is what it is. The scenario you are in is the reality. Decisions are based on what's presented, not on what you hope or imagine. Trust those trained to assess and read a situation in the midst. The situation of facing an individual poised, making a lethal threat that in a millisecond can mean death or disability of another. That is reality. Hoping a person will not use a weapon is just that, hope. The only way to know for sure they won't is compliance to put the weapon down and remove the threat. Remember, public safety in all its forms did not ask to be there, but went there willingly to face that which the public cannot, to face whatever scenario or outcome. No one wants to be put in that situation, and it's the few that heed the call. Thank you for listening.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? All right, I think we're probably ready to roll back. We ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And may I just say, nobody has called on us when we're all here. Like, this has been like 3 times in one night. Like, I don't know if that's a point of order or what. But, so after having conferred with the municipal attorney, Gardner, we would suggest adding language at line 33 of section 2 on page 2. After employee of the Anchorage School District, adding language that says, however, an employee of the Anchorage School District may not serve as a member of the Anchorage School Board, period, to clarify.
Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So I guess I would be comfortable substituting the language proposed by Mr. Hurt with my original suggestion, if we can do that, or I can just withdraw my original motion, whatever's easier.
I think they can just update it. Yeah, and I think what's important to recognize that was pointed out after we kind of started the conversation was that existing section of the code already respects school board members' ability to be elected at the state. And so if we were to change that preliminary part, it would actually affect their employment rights. And so that's the unintended consequence. And back to your point about making changes, seeing them all through. So I'm grateful to both Ms. Alatel and Ms. Raleigh, and particularly, and Ms. Gardner, but particularly Mr. Hurt. We called on a lot tonight for getting that language right. So we have that motion. It's kind of updated. The second was, and that was who? Was Ms. Alatel, so she's confident with it. She's good. On the amendment? Okay, so are you good ceding the floor then? On the amendment, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, originally I was just going to bring up that point about the underlying language, but also just to note in the following section that isn't changing by this ordinance, and I would guess that the school district or school board has its own policies, that it's probably already not allowed, similar to how it is that we can't have municipal staff serve as assembly members, for example. I would guess that they have a similar prohibition, and so I think this is a good clarification, but just to note there's other places where that is taken care of as well. And so my guess is as long as we're not conflicting with that, it should be good. So I support this amendment. Thanks.
Ms. Salatel.
Thanks. So Ms. Brawley's comments got to my question but didn't answer it, which is there a prohibition on school district employees serving as school board members? Is that somewhere in our code, or is that handled only by the school board? I don't know the answer to the question. I've never seen it, but I don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah, quite frankly, that's not, I don't know off the top of my head. That's not.
So my question is really stemming, are we prohibiting something that's in our purview to prohibit or not? Because I don't know the answer to the question about can school employees serve on the school board. Is there some other prohibition that prevents that? I've never contemplated the question before tonight.
I would offer that this code section contemplates that a municipal employee can't be an assembly member. And so effectively it's parallel language, it's just clarifying. I don't think that even if there were other powers that said you couldn't do that, that would restrict us from saying the same.
Okay, I would just hope that maybe someone makes that inquiry within the 24 hours after we pass this, just in case. I'm not worried, but just to double check.
All right. I'm just going to offer that in closing that, this ordinance addresses two things under the rubric of the title. And the first part is that it sets by function of law that if a member is serving in the state legislature, as soon as they're swear in, they're no longer members of this body or the school board. We had a situation in which it became very questionable if someone was going to resign, and the only procedure for removing them is this very detailed procedure that includes counsel and attorneys, and it's too much labor. So instead, we say you swear that oath, you are automatically off this body. And the second, as you've already heard from members here, that we have state employees who are eligible to serve in our municipal and school district seats, and do them both at the same time, so fair is fair is the answer to this ordinance. And this provides the opportunity municipal employees can serve in the state legislature. And I want to make sure that this is put in the record that when we conceived of the ordinance, it's effectively as if a deployment for a National Guard or other function where an individual who is an employee of the municipality gets leave to go and perform those duties. And so there's already a mechanism for this that exists within our HR protocols. And so it's just essentially like a kind of a military service duty. And so it allows you to go do that work. So we're not creating anything new here. All right, back to the queue, Ms. Brawley, and then Mr. Hurt.
Yeah, just briefly, since we hadn't talked about the resignation, it comes to mind that what we're really saying is no double dipping. Thanks.
Mr. Hurt.
Just to confer, get back to Vice Chair Zolotel's question, bylaw 9220 of the Anchorage School Board states that any person eligible to vote in the district is eligible for school board membership, but a district employee and may seek election, but must resign his or her position with the district if elected. So we're being consistent with theirs, and the municipal attorney has also found a state statute that requires it.
We love our attorneys, thank you. Okay, so with that, I see no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. Our final item of business. What? Oh, it's on the amendment. Sorry.
Member
Ahead of
Saul?
myself.
Yes.
Darn it. Near our last item of business. So on a vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Perez-Verdia?
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2025-20 as amended has passed the body. We've already run through audience participation, so we'll do assembly member comments, starting with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to take the opportunity tonight to thank the Denina people for their past and present stewardship of this land, and to express a lot of pride in this body for their work to support in Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
No comments, thank you.
Mr. Boland.
No comment, thank you.
Ms. Braga.
No comment.
Ms. Zelatil.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No comment.
Mr. Rivera.
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Littlefield.
No comment, thank you.
Ms. Martinez.
No additional comments.
Thank you, and I'll just add that the question was asked, where do you get the right to make those statements? And I'll say in response that the charter grants this body the right to legislate. The code is what we legislate. The code has provided that we make those statements. The voters have a right in any number of ways to repeal that language. You have every right to go do that. It's a ballot initiative, but as it stands, the authority to make that statement at the beginning of this meeting is authorized by the code, authorized by the charter. That's the answer, and we do it. So with that, friends, that was a lot of work we got done tonight. I'm really grateful for everybody's efforts and the little celebration we had before. I wish we had more music in these chambers, and so we'll try for that. So thank you, and with that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned.